Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Cuphead 1.1 Plus LTA. I am back from day 1, I am musically declined. I am another runner of this game. And yesterday we finished off with Grandius in first place with a 27:39, and the Gamer Attack in second with a 20:06. So hopefully those times will be able to be beat today, but we will have to see. And also, if we do hit the donation goal today of 27,500, we will be doing an extra 2 hours of gameplay today, as well as giving away to anybody who donates potentially a cartridge signed by the top 7 who are going to Pace, as well as a Switch OLED. And we can see in the chat right now, the donation link has been sent, and it can also be found on the Discord. So right now, no runners have seemed to have started except for Yuka. And just like yesterday, the route that we're going to be following for the speedrun is first getting 8 coins, which you can get free from the apple that you could talk to at the beginning. As well as 5 coins from the first run and gun level. And then we will be using those 8 coins to buy the Logger and Spread weapon combo, which is the fastest weapon combo for 1.1. With some other weapon combos also being fairly fast, but take much longer to get, such as Charge Spread, due to it costing an extra 4 coins to acquire Spread. And we can now see Yuka going into the shop. We're all doing good today. Yuka's just finished the first boss of the run, the Root Pack, also probably one of the easiest. There's not much really going on. And now going on to Ruby and Croaks. Another fairly easy boss in 1.1, although can be a little bit tricky in modern patches due to the lack of double damage lobbers. And he just barely gets the one cycle. If he didn't, he could have potentially lost up to like 8 seconds, potentially, depending on how much damage he did.
It's on.
And we can see Clipboard has started runs as well.
Quite clean. That's the best volleys I've gotten all events. And just right off the bat, we'll take that.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Probably too early on both things.
Yuka's right now on the first flame level of the run. Hildebird, which requires that you have to damage boost twice if you want to get the best possible time, requiring that you do have to play the last 2 phases with only 1 HP, which can be a little bit scary, but with practice, it's not too
I just wish there was
difficult.
like a little bit more time to be able to drink water between levels, because you really have to like
This match
be quick.
and begin.
Yep, just going for super skip here. Okay, that probably didn't over damage because I got the single. Yikes. Alright, still fine. I've been like really solid on this fight, to be honest. Or like, this fight has like not been an issue at all, which last time I was running this game, I feel like this boss I would just always be trolling on. But right now I'm like, nope, feeling pretty good for like literally no practice of this boss, except for like once. The power of not being greedy, I guess.
You're up.
I think that was way too early. Those were some good EXs though, but yeah. I was actually like sitting down and trying to figure out the quads earlier today, and I feel like I kind of made progress, but I'm still
My
bad.
usual right now is on
At least when like just trying to
Aisle
actually
2.
focus on like a cue
The
rather than
first
just
boss of
kind of
Aisle
going
2,
for it and
Baroness,
feeling it
which
out.
is one of the more random
I definitely
bosses
shouldn't have
of
put as much
the
time as I did into it,
fight
because just like
due
there
to
are other fights that
having
are probably more important.
a
I just have such a hard
potential
time like
up to
prioritizing
3 different
what to
mini
do
bosses that can occur.
when I'm have a limited time to practice, because I'm always just like get stuck on like one fight and trying to like figure out one thing over it's just like hard for me to
And as you can see as well, if you do
practice like a
enough
bunch of
damage in
different
the first
bosses
couple
with
seconds, you
a small
can
amount of time, or I
basically
just always want
completely
to practice
skip
a single
her
boss
final
more.
phase,
So it's hard to pull myself away
which is one of the harder
from it and just like move on
fights in the
quickly.
game, as well as one of the slowest due to our weapon combo's lack of range.
Okay. I also was figuring this out. Like, I finally just like decided to try and practice the clips just on their own. Okay, that was a really
And
short last
Wally
phase.
Warbles is the second plane level of
By,
the fight, and the first plane
yeah, I was
level
just trying to
where
practice the last phase
the runners
alone,
can implement Luigi
which
swaps,
it actually is like pretty easy and
which is a
efficient to do.
trick to allow them
It's just
to
like with debug mod,
do
it's just
while
give
EXing
yourself
at the same
10x
time.
damage, and then
And he has unfortunately died on Wally. He's going to be resetting his run. So right now the two farthest runners currently are Happy Wolf on Hilda and Flipboard on Cagney. And now Flipboard is also entering aisle 2.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
And as you can see, despite being the same boss, the mini bosses that you can potentially get are completely different every time. Now Clipboard is the second runner, or Happy Wolf is currently the second runner, currently in aisle 2. With probably the main roadblocks for aisle 2 definitely being Peppy the Clown and Grim, mainly due to Grim's difficulty and having to do Beppy skip on Beppy, which if missed could potentially lose you nearly 20 seconds.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
And Clipboard is just about to finish up Jimmy, probably one of the easier bosses in the category. And now he's about to go on to one of the hardest. So the main way to hit Bevy skip is after the first. So in his little car, he will scoot back and forth across the screen, and you want to deal around a little under 1.5 cards worth of damage before the second transition to the other side of the screen, and then deal as much damage impossible before that last, before the third move over. And if done correctly, right like that, you can completely skip over the second phase, and it will cause the boss to freeze in a glitch state, allowing you to damage him for the entire time without having to wait. Which is during the horses, you have to wait every time that the horse goes up and down, and you would have to do the coaster, and you would also have to wait probably close to probably 10 to 15 seconds between boss transitions where you just can't do any damage. And Mark has unfortunately died on Baroness, and it does look like he is resetting the run. And Grim is another one of the more difficult bosses in the run, just due to the way that we have to play him. We have to play very aggressively, which is difficult in first phase due to the tail attack, and is difficult in third phase due to having to avoid these little fireballs that normally, if you shoot, would split into multiple other projectiles.
It's on.
Because Happy Wolf can hit every ship, and unfortunately he does not, and he decides to retry.
It's on.
Most likely will be resetting, or it's just doing it for practice. And he does hit it. And now Clipboard is on to just starting out aisle 3, which is probably the hardest part of the game, with one of the hardest bosses being first, that being Rumor, with her having potentially three different attack patterns, and every time you fight her, you're going to be doing 2 of those attack patterns, and it wholly depends on which one you get first, what the order of the attacks is going to
Broadly
be.
say United Kingdom, and I think you're in the vicinity.
Yeah, that's about correct. Yeah.
I'm good at this.
Hey Mark,
more, more,
Welsh.
more specifically England, but yeah.
Oh, so you're all from Welsh. It's not Welsh. Wales.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
And now Clipboard is on to another one of the harder bosses in the game, Dr. Call, with not much randomness within the fight. However, it is one of the harder ones to get right, since you do have to damage boost once, and that does mean that if you do get hit at all in the first phase, which he did not, then you'll be having to go into the final phase with 1 HP, which can be pretty scary, as you can see right here. See right there, he chooses to opt for a damage boost through the electric wall, which did pay off as it allowed him to finish the fight a little bit quicker. Right now, Happy Wolf looks to be the second runner of the day entering aisle 3. Right now on Sally. Sally's another one of the easier
Now go.
bosses of the run. Not too much difficulty. This fight probably also shouldn't be much longer at all either. And just finished it up. And it looks like Quincy's just also reset his run into Wally. So not many runners seem to be very far into a run besides Flipboard and Happy Wolf. Most other people are either in the middle of aisle 2 or near the end of aisle 1. And Clipboard chose to
It's on.
damage boost on Warner during the charge. There are multiple things you could do there. For example, what I do, if you time a jump right, you can jump over him, and then at the peak of your height, you can do a spread EX to stall in the air for a little bit longer, which allows you to damage him while not getting hit. Right now, Clipboard is on Briny, which has 4 different attacks that can occur. The most preferable attack pattern is just all guns, which shoots the parries. And if you want to take the risk of damage boosting and you potentially get lucky, you can get possibly 2 up to 3 parries per attack, and it is also one of the quickest attacks. However, getting like 2 guns and a shark or squid also is not bad, with the worst attack being the sea dogs, which are the only attack that force you to move away from the front of the ship. And now he's on Calamaria, which is probably one of the hardest casual bosses, but in a speedrun is kind of trivialized a little bit. So in first phase, she has multiple different attacks that she can do, and she can combine various attacks. And they're split into 2 different sets. The first set is the red fish, the yellow fish, and the ghost. And the second set is the turtle, the seahorse, and the, I guess, puffer fish. And she will combine 1 attack from the first set and 1 attack from the second set. And usually she'll do 2, she'll do 1 attack, which combines 1 from each set, and then another attack, which combines 1 from each set. And for most fights, depending on how short it is, she will never repeat the same attack. And then, usually if you do enough damage, you can completely skip her second phase. And then you can just kind of stick to the front of her during her final phase and avoid basically all of her attacks. And then on to Phantom, which is one of the hardest bosses in the fight. I'd say due to multiple multiple of the phases, your time save is based off cycles, which means that you don't really save time in, oh, you save 1 second, you save 2 seconds. You're either going to save an X amount of time or you're not. With the second phase, this goal being around 2 to 3 seconds of potential time save, depending on how much damage you're able to do. And the third phase, you do have to pick either the left side or the right side. And if you pick the wrong side, you either have to use an extra EX card, or you have to take a couple seconds of time loss. And Flipboard did pick the right side on that, so he was able to successfully finish off the boss. Now going on to the last phase, where you have to hit the head of the train's tail. And as you can see like that, he finished it off rather quickly. However, if he didn't, he would have had to hit the tail a second time. Causing some extra time loss.
A great slam
And now Clipboard is on to King Dice, with you having to fight at minimum 3 mini-bosses, and then King Dice himself at the end, with the route that most runners go being 3-5-7, which requires you doing the cigarette boss, just like that. And now he's going to go on to 5, which is the Magician. With the Magician doing this skull attack, where normally you would have to use the flying card to jump through the missing gap. However, if we might see him able to do it. No, we did not see him do it, but normally you can either do what he did, where you walk forward a little bit, then jump straight up to go through a small gap, or you can do what some other runners do, where you just do a regular diagonal jump. However, the problem with that is that it prevents you from getting back on the playing card. So normally you're supposed to do the diagonal jump when you decide to sit at the bottom floor in front of the rabbit. And he just finished off the third mini boss, the roulette wheel. Which on 1.1 isn't too difficult. And King Dice himself also is not very difficult. All you have to do is just hop on the pink cards and avoid the black and red cards that he spits out. However, doing it difficult can be quite tricky. And see if Happy Wolf can finish off. And he's just barely able to finish off the final phase. Maybe another, like, half second, he probably would have had to do a second cycle. And we can see on the Devil Boss, Flipboard got Dragon. You can either get normally Dragon or Spider during the first phase, with Dragon generally being preferable, and as you can see, he got the Devil Skip, with him able to just completely skip the last couple phases. And he did finish off with a 28:45, which is a respectable time. However, it doesn't beat his current best time right now, as you can see, which is a 28:22, which currently puts him in fourth. Let's see how Happy Wolf does on the rest of the boss.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
Depending on how good he plays, he could potentially beat his possible time, which currently I believe his best time for the LTA is a 30:18, or that's what it was yesterday.
Here's a real high-class bout. And begin. This match will get red hot. You're up.
And Happy Wolf finishes off King Dice, no problem. But he does look to be around plus 11, with his best possible time being a 30:07. Which could potentially beat his best time in the LTA if he's able to finish Devil off quickly.
Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
And he does get Dragon. He's able to get off 2 of those double damage lobbers, or potentially quads. Since he's opting for a little bit of a safer route, he's just gonna go for spready X's. And he golds and is able to finish with a 30.06. A 53 devil time. And unfortunately, if it weren't for a few fights, he probably could have PB'd. It looks to be his aisle 2 was probably his worst. Or his worst, aisle there. As he lost, just under 20 seconds. And now the two next farthest runners in a run are exclamation mark and Kirthar. Both of them being currently in 5th and 6th respectively, with a 28.49 and a 28.59.
Here's a real high-class bout. And begin.
You can see if Mark can hit Beppy Skip. He looks to have missed the diagonal lobber and is unfortunately unable to get it. Just barely. Probably like 1 or 2 lobbers off. Now having to finish off the horse phase. With, not that it matters to this category, because we almost never see it, but the horse phase of Beppy, it can either be a yellow horse that shoots straight horseshoes that then come down and explode on the ground, or the green horse, which does shoot those spiral horseshoes that move in a sine wave pattern across the screen. With the green horse being a little more preferable as it stays on screen quite a bit longer than the yellow horse.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
And he does look to be in a very scary position with Grim right now. You do not want to be on 1 HP after first phase. Mainly because you're going to lose a lot of time due to not being able to damage boost. And it is also just really... and he unfortunately just dies. And he is going to be resetting the run. Let's see now if Kirthar can hit the Beppy Skip, and he does. And he does only look to be, I believe that's around +8, +9. A little bit hard to tell. Yes, he's only around +9,
That was close. Oh, Jesus Christ.
which in other speedruns would be pretty bad. However, Cuphead is, due to a lot of the randomness, does make it so that even if you're +9 even halfway into a run, that doesn't necessarily mean that the run is dead. Because unfortunately, you are just never going to be able to get a perfect or even a good fight on every single boss. You're always just going to have some bad bosses. Unless you're Grandius, then every boss just works out perfectly for you every time. And he does finish off Grim rather smoothly. A 57. And now Three-Thirds going into Rumor. Let's see if he can get potentially a different pattern. The three different patterns are either orbs first, which would be orbs then triangles. You can get triangles first, which would be triangles then middle. Or you can get middle, which would be middle then orbs. However, we usually play middle a little bit differently. And instead it would just be middle and then the phase transition. And ideally, if done right, you would be able to finish Rumor off. But unfortunately, he was unable to, so he is going to have to play a little bit of the final phase. Although not much, but that did, due to the transition, it did lose him a little bit of time.
This match will get red hot.
Now you can see going on to Dr. Call, with the first part being having to get the head, which he does. And then what he just did right there is called the Tassie X, where I believe it is pixel perfect. If you get it in just the right position, you can get it stuck between the two hitboxes and causing them both to nearly die instantly. However, he was unfortunately unable to get it, so he only got a few ticks of damage, which isn't bad, but it could have been better. Although it is called the Tassie X for a reason. And he finishes off. Dr. Call looks to have lost a little bit of time with a 57. Not a great time on 1.1. Especially for the time that Kirthar has in the category.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
But now let's see if Grandius can hit Peppy Skip. And he does look to be, I believe that says minus 4, minus 5. Which is good, however, that can be lost at any second. And he does hit Peppy Skip. Now, as long as he's able to get past the hardest part, which is the train, they should be smooth sailing from here on the rest of the boss. Alright, and no runners are in a very good position right now. Grandius is only about halfway, and Kirithar most likely is not going to be getting a new PB. So we are going to be doing a little short break. Remember to donate to the Urban Arts using the exclamation mark donate. We are only around $400 off, and you will be entered into the raffle to win the OLED or the cartridge. So let's go to break.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, as you see right now, we have a lot of late game runs with some decent paces actually from a few of the runners. Ronnie's looking pretty promising right now. Although, I don't think he was going to LTA PB. He's only 7 seconds off world record. It's going to be really tough to beat that. Well, the other runners have a little bit of promise, but a few people did PB in this. I think mainly my main people focus on Gamertag 27 here, and Cursor PBing in the LTA so far. But there's definitely potential for a lot of people to pull like a 10-second PB maybe out of this. Not really sure. But they have a lot of time to get that PB if it's possible. Although, there's a lot of promise for many of these runners. But, for those of you that aren't aware, that goal underneath me, my actual Discord name, is a 2-hour extension to how long runners will have to even test the higher time. 28-1x, talking about our top 3 here, really. Especially Clipboard. Who can beat that? He has a 27:45 PB. 12 seconds off world record. So yeah, it'll be hard for him to get near Grandius, but it's definitely possible. But alongside that 2-hour extension, we actually have a few prizes that go alongside this extension, including a signed SM64 Japanese cartridge in the original box as a raffle, and a Nintendo Switch OLED, which have a donation minimum of $15 and $25 respectively. Oh, but Ronnie's having finished King Dice with a decent pace. I think he's a little behind, but could be wrong. Definitely.
Hopefully I got some of this spider RNG
Jump
out
for
of the way.
putting the Twitch commands in. Appreciate that. Well, actually, Gron is a decent bit behind. He's plus 14. So it's a little rough for Granius, but could be worse. There's definitely worse that he could be playing off here. With Mark in the green by a little bit, it seems. Not sure how much that is. Looks about only 10 seconds or so. And a lot of the runners really early on. Happy with being really the next closest outside of these main 3.
Yeah, not great.
A lot of people stuck in that one here.
Good luck.
Place that you can really get stuck, because to save or lose only a couple seconds is really, really hard to do. Like,
and I don't even
a
think
lot of the
Spider's Kiss can
bosses
save this run.
are just really hard to save time on in Isle 1. There's Goopy in the root pack especially, which are the first few things you do in this run.
Aw.
It's just,
You're really
it
not gonna
can
give
get
me a
quite
parry?
rough.
Dude, that dodge was sick!
Oh, actually, Ron's in a
dodge
better
was
spot than I thought.
nuts.
27:44, he would be 4 seconds off his LTA, or 5 seconds, excuse me, off his LTA PB. Isn't too shabby, all things considered. But yeah, a lot of Isle 1, sadly. Exclamation mark is pretty far. Hitting a single, which is unfortunate. Losing a lot of damage there. While Granius is hitting a few doubles, I believe those hit at. Not really sure. Which will actually make him still a pretty good run to get back here. I feel like he has a very lot of leeway for a 27. Which would be his second or third 27 gotten in the tournament.
Like,
I'm not
didn't
sure.
come naturally
I know
at
he got
all.
like 27:39, but I'm not sure if he had like a 27:50 or something as well alongside. I'm not sure everything he got in this tournament so far. Oh yeah, and I never said GG to Curstar, who I believe finished with like a 30:59 or so.
That was a very fast King Dice. Almost
Still
skipped
good to
the
play off.
second set of cards. No, I don't know anything. I barely know English.
Not heading into the Devil here, where you could lose this pace, sadly. Well, it's not gonna PB, it's physically impossible unless he gets about a 10-second Devil Gold. Actually, a little bit more than that. It's just hard to do at the world record contender level. Quite hard to just save 10 seconds on this fight. even
know
though the fight
Vietnamese,
only
that's
takes
cool.
about 50 seconds, it's gonna be a real quick ending for grounded here, I imagine. Unless I now just cursed it, but I guess we'll have to see about that one. But a lot of runners having decent paces into
Clap?
aisle 2.
Oh,
As we
Dragon,
see
okay.
Clipboard finishing up. We have Gamer Attack in the early stages of aisle 2. We have Winsley heading into Cagney as well.
Dang, I don't think I can get the freeze like this. This is a super hard pattern to get freeze on.
I don't believe
Dude,
that
that is insane.
Grondy is actually getting the freeze.
I can't believe I just got that.
His in judgment. Meaning now he can just basically sit up here the rest of the fight.
This is going to be a ridiculous devil
having
time.
to wait out damage.
Oh no, I got a nothing. Still
for
a
his
gold.
second 27 of the tournament. 27.
Dude, I've never gotten that in a
47.
run.
Which
Freaking
is
Bubbles Dragon?
basically third. Which is basically
That was with a
second
nothing. That would have been a
on the
46.
Very solid for like this
That
early on in the
is
tournament.
very
Only
hard
an
to
hour
get
in.
Bubbles Dragon freeze like that. Actually super difficult.
It was actually very close. I said about 40-50 seconds for Devil.
Yo, thanks for the GGs.
47 out of that. Wow.
I'm honestly shocked that that worked.
And it was a
it's
gold.
Really
wow.
sad about the nothing.
I called it. Holy.
Because that would have been
Unless that's a fake gold, but I'm not that sure. It did look like it. Well, there are a lot of... Oh, there's a lot more aisle 3s than I thought there were. We have Happy Wolf behind a little bit, but it could be worse. I feel like he definitely has potential to bring this back. Mark is looking pretty nice, about 15 ahead or so, based on what his twits said, but I could be a little bit off there. Oh, thank you, Jim. It is the third 27. Not the second. It's the third 27 of the tournament. Oh, he's actually minus 10, which is very nice to be minus 10 this far into the fight. You only have 3 more fights to go. If he can keep a decent pace like this, he's kind of chilling. And not be something to really laugh at or hate, in all honesty. Given that I believe he's comparing to PB as well. A little blur. And yeah, I believe he's comparing to PB, which would put him in a very good spot. He would take third from Quinsley here. And Quinsley would have to nearly play 2 PB, where he seems to be a little bit ahead of his aisle 1, as he's starting off aisle 2 pretty strongly. Still in the green, kind of nice. One of the few runners actually to be green right now. A lot of runners in the red. And he's keeping his green, actually saving a couple seconds there, it looks like, for Mark. Yeah, saving 4 seconds. That is very good for him to have that sort of pace this late game. But Devil can really kill all this pace. Well, yes, this is an amazing pace. He's on a pace for a really low 28.0x. 28.03 to be more exact. It's a little hard to keep that pace just due to how precise Devil can be. Although Gron did make light work of it, getting a 47 Devil. It's a little hard to keep that. Not the easiest thing ever. That can go away in a near instant. Especially if you play, especially with bad King, Heart RNG, among a few other little niche details. That can make your King dice or even your Devil worse. But Mark needs to be holding on pretty strongly now. Staying in a very nice position. I wasn't sure how many hearts he had, but he is on a very nice BPT. Wow, a 27.56. He actually takes second here. He can play anywhere near his Devil gold, but it would really depend on the rest of his King dice. Any real big mistakes in it gets thrown out the window. But still, a very low 28 is still nothing to laugh at. But it's going to be really risky due to just how low Mark is going to be here. I have 1 HP really for the second half of the fight. For about a minute of this fight, he's going to just He's sitting at 1 HP, gonna have to dodge literally everything, which will lose him a little bit of time. Not much. I feel like you'd still have a decent shot at beating Quinsley out here. Well, maybe getting like a 2809, just on a rough estimate here. Unless an abysmal thing happens, but we have to wait and see. As Devil can really just be amazing or be terrible. There's not much in between, sadly. A lot of runners starting new runs, like Brondius running it back. And now we have a decent mix with people kind of all around the game right now. We have a lot of IL2, we have a couple IL2s, a handful of IL3s, and a handful of IL1s as well. Oh, and Mark actually getting bad RNG here, but playing it well for his low health. Oh, and there's the commentator curse to everybody. I absolutely just rigged it. But it's still decently solid, depending on how the end of the fight goes here. Guess we'd have to wait and see on that one. A lot of runners really holding on to some scuffed paces right now. A few runners ahead, a few behind. It's really sort of split between the people. But Mark being the main event here with a very solid looking start to King Dice. King Dice is actually pretty quick, but due to all, especially his hearts, Mark will be just barely ahead of PB. Still a potential to be taking third here, but be quite hard. You have to play within 6 off his gold. Within 6 of his gold on Devil. Again, not the easiest thing in the world. It might be if the fight is just very routine for you, like how it was for Granius a little bit ago now. But it's not the easiest thing to keep up, really. Just it can get rough still. Unless we get an insane Devil, but we'd have to wait and see. There's no confirmation that it can even happen. But oh yeah, it's looking a little rough. This is not the attack you want. Especially because unpredictable. Run. There is just no calling it. Well, all the other fights we're seeing right now are a little more just practice dependent, more so than and luck of the draw, as we see from Devil here. But it's looking to be an okay time, depending how well the rest of the fight is played. It still put him in a decent spot. Potentially, it has very good potential to maybe even beat Flipboard as well. Because the final phase only takes, 10 seconds for most people. So if he can get there at a decent enough time, he can definitely make light work. And he got 28, 22. Oh, actually a tie of Clipboard. As I said, it was a 28, 22. Tying 4th and 5th now, because I believe that is a higher 28, 22 than Clipboard. But yeah, this is where Devil, as I said before, can be punishing. We saw 47 before. All runners are on the same patch, typically, of 1.15. So there isn't really much difference from that end. And happy with taking a briny death, apparently, being the furthest runner in. A lot of others are kind of making decent work of their fights right now. They have a very smooth 1404 IL2 here from Quinsley, -7. All the other runners are kind of holding on to thread. But Clipboard is the one with the most improvement of any, as he has a 2745. Albeit, he's really going to be seeing red the entire day, I imagine. His paces were quite insane, especially when he got that as the former world record. So, he's probably going to be red a lot of this tournament, sadly. While Quinsley and a few others will have a lot more green paces, like Mark did there. And actually, a few people on the beef, which being played slightly differently with a little bit of variance, but the beef fight is one that's really more executional. minus the silly platform pattern, which can honestly even move you up to 10 seconds. So, despite Quinsley's great pace, he can, or not great, but very astounding pace, all things considered, he can still just really not have fun with this run. Clipboard didn't, as he had to play the regular phase 3, which is not something you like to see. Usually we skip that and save about 10 seconds typically on that fight. But, yeah. And Quinsley, unfortunately, dying and alt F4ing the game. Which, yesterday, he had a very long streak of having no run, but he did finish a run yesterday. I believe his only finished run was the 28-12 that we see as the current third place. And Quinsley having the most attempts actually at 58. But I'm not sure how many finished runs he actually has. He only he only has the one finished attempt, despite 58 resets. With Grandius being actually the next person, or the next highest amount of attempts at 46. But when you have a 27-39 as your comparison, it can get quite dicey to keep up a good mentality for that fight. Which Scoop is keeping a decent mentality despite a 32-minute pace, give or take a little bit. It could be a low 33, it could be a high 31. Really depends on the execution for the rest of the run. Speaking of execution, Yuka cut that really close. I'm not sure if anyone noticed that, but was what? I am not honestly sure how the top 7 has 2 ties, but it's interesting that it's actually the second half of that top 10. Which is just insane that we're seeing ties at this good of play. Because despite what I've said about world records, a 28:59 alongside a 28:22 are very good times to have. Especially for Merck's PB, which he was only about, I believe, +6 on at the end of his previous run. It is very nice. Speaking of very nice to see, unfortunately we will not be seeing One Cycle Skeleton from Happy Wolf here. But they make it work, and they actually make a very nice backup. I might steal that myself. If I ever miss any runs. Speaking of missing any runs, that's just something Clipboard doesn't do with his Sally going very, very smoothly. Lots of difficult phase 3. There are a lot of good things. There are a lot of great plays happening on the screen. Honestly, quite astounding in all consideration. Clipboard being a little slow on his Sally kill, because you can get a little bit further left there, but only losing about a second. He's not in the worst position. He actually looks to be in the best position of anyone here. Let me just pull his pace. I'm actually a little unsure. He's actually plus 24, which wouldn't put him in a bad spot. It would be a PB. It'd be a 28:09, and he could take third here. If he played perfect to PB, that's a little bit hard, especially the second half of the game, which has a lot of these more tight losses that you're only losing time because you had the luck of the draw against you and you rolled snake eyes. So, you really have to wait and see. But everything seems to be going fine for Clipboard right now. It's in a very good spot. Yeah, he's doing quite nicely, actually. Same with Happy Wolf as well. They're able to get a lot of runs finished, which is honestly a good thing. Having a lot of runs gives you a lot of paces, and it's a better thing to see. Just having a lot of runs, you'll have a lot of late game practice and get used to all the variants that can happen. Also, apparently Quinsley has gone. Apparently Quinsley and Mark will be stopping it. Since Quinsley stopped streaming and Mark has just told me that. So that's a bit of an interesting turn of events, all things considered. But Mark pulling a 2022 and pulling a nice 5th, that's a decent pace to stop off of, especially as this is really early his time. Surprised he even made it. Speaking of making it, I didn't see Abdul's Cuphead, or that might be a little bit of tiredness on my end, but it actually worked pretty well. Yeah, actually, solid paces across the board right now. Kurth are a little behind PB, sadly. Clipboard in about the same position we've left him, about 20 behind his PB. But it could be definitely a lot worse for him. Yes, dang it, 23, 24 seconds, which, again, would be a very nice regain of his 3rd place now that his contender is out of the competition due to his own decision. All he needs is just a solid Kala here, like a 101 fight maybe, if I had to guess. I'm not sure what his gold or his TV has, but you definitely wouldn't hate a 101 fight or anything of that lower nature, really. The lower the fights, the better, if I'm being completely blunt. It's got a lot nicer. Which, I don't know if that was gonna come. Oh, happy with taking another death, sadly, at the end of the fight, which is a 2 minute or so, depending how slow you were playing it, which Happy Wolf didn't seem to be playing terribly. It's about a 2-minute timer. Speaking of time losses, all the runners currently on Beppy, who could have lost 20, will be hitting Beppy skip. Gamer attack with actually quite a decent bit of room.
I think I was
based
already
on
committed
when
by
he
the
got the
time
kill. Like,
that second
looking
parry
pretty
got
good.
destroyed. Honestly, I feel like
Oh,
with this
pretty
fight,
good
I
though.
just have such a hard
Clipboard
time dealing
staying in
with
a
the
decent
ghosts.
spot.
The ghosts and
It's a little rough, but it's
the
definitely doable. Definitely doable for Clipboard.
seahorse
Right now,
are
I'd
just
have
like
still at the lower end of
I just
28,
my brain
which
doesn't understand
is
how to
quite
deal with
nice for him,
them.
but I think this would not
I'm
PB. I
so
think he's a
bad at it.
little too high time, so he needs to make that up in the last couple of fights here to really make it work. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened to Kurthar, but unfortunately quite behind, sadly. Which he actually got his real PB in this tournament. That's sad to see that he's behind a
What he
no
likes to
fake comparison like we
be
have from
empty.
Grandius, who's ahead it looks to be. Yeah, he's actually ahead of his LTA PB. Unless he switched to a
I
world
should have done
record
the damage
comparison.
boost. That was a weak move.
Oh, cool. We're sitting in a pretty
That's a cheeky
comfortable
little
spot.
optimization I did there.
3 HP in this final
If you see
phase.
that,
With a
like,
very
you're not
solid lava
quite
trap.
generated your last EX that you know that EX is going to be the one that kills
Yeah,
him,
very solid here.
you can
It's likely
generate
not
it
a
a little bit
PB
faster by
either in the
letting out that
LTA
mini
or a
bomb.
real pace, but
The
it's
mini bomb I had
definitely
prepared by the previous
definitely
Luigi
able to be worked
swaps.
around.
So I went
Quite
ahead and just
nicely at
let that
that,
out real
actually.
fast just to generate a little bit, like a burst of cards, so I could do that last
Well,
Luigi swap a little bit sooner.
I don't know what exactly
Very small
Grodd
time save,
had
but
happened,
and
but
situational, but
he
those
had a
small
bit of
things
an
add up.
he had a bit of a change, and it's a little rough to see it, but works out in the end.
That was a triple.
So Granny's getting that parry duck will save him about 2 seconds overall, as he'll lose time on scorecard but save time in the fight. Having that extra react is just really, really gonna help. Only about 50, but that could be the make or break between actually finishing this fight due to the RNG heavy balloon dogs, or
Good.
just dying with the 1 HP most runners seem to be at when
That
doing
is
this
one
when
thing
doing
that
that
I
fight in
definitely
particular.
gained from that IL
Because we do
practice
have a
I did
lot
at
of 1
Peppy
HP moments.
was like
Searcher
that
actually
triple
looks
when
like
he's
he's
revving his
about
car
to be
back.
on one.
Like,
I don't remember
I
honey
would
bottoms there,
never
but
hit that before. Like, I had no clue where the
it's
pixel was for it.
looking alright.
I think my favorite boss to speedrun in a vacuum would be the Devil, probably. He's very interesting. My favorite boss casually was Grim.
Well, hopefully you can get to the Devil's Ronius, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. You are ahead, which is quite alarming to the other runners, being ahead of 7 seconds off world record. But I don't think you are far ahead. I'm just going to quickly give that a check. Yeah, you're only about a second ahead, but even still, that's insane pace
It's actually
with how
quite
much
a
I
good phase
believe
1.
is savable on this fight. With a 2709 BPT out of this aisle, like if he played to gold here or even a little bit behind and had a very comfortable 28 1x or 27 1x pace into aisle 3 or into even into hell. If he had that into hell,
Very good.
Inkwell hell, I mean. But yeah, 1403, very solid. A little behind, but ahead of his comparison. As I know he had a 1354 in a run as
I
well.
actually had a 48 Grim
So he could
as
be
a goal
actually 9 seconds ahead
yesterday,
of
which was
this, which
really
would
cool.
be quite
I got
alarming because that would
really
be
amazing clouds for the final
on
phase,
par
so I was
with
able to do a super aggressive ending
2x
strat.
and a world
Here I was
record in this
actually close to
competition,
having good enough clouds, but it didn't
which would
look.
be quite the interesting feat, honestly, if Granius pulls it off.
This one's going pretty good.
I don't think a lot of other runners will be hitting a world record pace.
Not bad.
Potential from clipboard, but he'd really have to he'd have to play a decent bit ahead of his PB and keep
Had
it
another troll bomb,
all
but
of
still
this,
save
which
time.
is not the easiest feat, especially with how low clipboard time actually is. But clipboard going nearly finishes on a decent BPT. 2811 actually based 2811 based on his gold, so hopefully he can play near it, because if he can close the gap, if he can not only break the time exclamation mark YT
Yeah, what's
just
up,
set on
Austin guy?
him,
Thanks for the good luck, have fun.
but also play a lot closer to
King Dice
third,
is pretty cool.
that's going to be quite terrifying. Quinsley, who's stopping runs for a little while. Don't know if he'll come back, but that's really not
Yeah, that could be good to take a
something
break.
I can't predict. Speaking of predicting, something that is now clipboard's really
Sounds
only
good.
way
Good
to
luck
play
if you
around
end up doing more
Spider here.
runs.
Having to just sort of assume and hope
Yeah, how are you doing,
that the
awesome
devil's
guy?
anywhere near
All right.
where his lobber traps are being set up. But he was missing quite a few of them that we can do in 1.1. It's hard, but it's doable. Hard but doable, Dr. Calls Robot. One of the hardest plane fights in the game. And the first plane was I could never S-rank. But Clipboard having a solid devil with that. Losing a bit, but not the worst in the world. 28-24. Sadly not an LTA PB. A lot of that probably came from Devil, if I had to guess, because getting spiders is not what you really ever want to see. But green from Granius is something you want to see. That's for sure. Only -3, but it's still a respectable -3.
Yo, what's
As
up, Mark?
he's
Thanks
going
for
to
the good
be
luck.
getting close
Dude, I'm
to world
sorry to hear
record.
about your King Dice and Devil RNG. I was glancing over, and that was so unlucky, man. Still a sick run. On pace for second at this event.
A brawl is surely brewing.
You know,
Hope
on
you have a
pace
good
for a
rest.
comfortable second round. He had a 28 with 3 BPT.
Unlucky.
Well, you need to keep this BPT because this is looking quite nicely. You can keep this up
Honestly,
for
for
the
the
few
speed
fights
run,
that feel a little
Kagu's
bit easier
probably my least
compared
favorite.
to some other fights like Devil or King Dice even. Did you guys now actually, unless I'm mistaken, you could just hold a gold out of nowhere on Dr. Call's robot.
Dang, that big wave felt so early. Very weird.
Yeah, Scoop, you are welcome to join.
It's
I
just
just saw chat.
there's nothing that interesting about Kagu.
But yeah,
It
you just need to
sucks.
make
It
sure
just
that
always feels bad.
GSA in some capacity is
It's
mentioned
also
so
one
we
of the
can
fights where like
find your stream and
I
bring you
feel
up to
like
the
I have
big
such
screen here that we've
little,
got running.
like I don't have
Running for a lot of
you can't like
time.
control the fight
Runners
as
still
much as you
have
can the other fights.
about 3 hours left to get
Like you
their
do these
best
damage
run.
boosts towards the end, but
Little over that,
they
but
could be double, they could
not
be
by
triple.
much with
Nothing's
how much
reliable, so
this
you can't
run
like
can
damage
take up
boost
of
at
your
the right
day.
time, quote unquote right time.
You lose a
Like it's
lot
always a
of
bit of a gamble, and you
RTA
never really
time,
know how well
even
it
though this
did.
game
And
uses an
it's just
IGG
always so
timing method.
sketchy.
You lose about 20 minutes as far as we have Grandius at. Grandius and Yuka, actually, who are on the same fight. Which only just clicked with me, sadly.
Well, this RNG sucks. We're gonna lose a lot here.
And you actually do hate to see what pattern Grandius has. But he's making it work. With all things considered. But he will have a decently... He had a
Only 4
kill
quads, pretty
on
bad,
Horner, which isn't going to lose him.
what could you do?
He will likely go behind by a lot.
That's pretty funny, Mark, though.
Yeah,
Well
behind
said.
by about 3 seconds.
Dude,
If
I had I got the
my
best
eyes
devil
don't deceive me. Yeah,
earlier
behind by about 3
without
seconds.
star skip on King Dice.
Roughly.
And I got a nothing EX in the last phase, the freeze phase. It's still community best.
I actually did not know
it
he
was
hit it.
Bubble Snake, and I got the
That's
freeze. I
news
can't
to
even
me
believe
if he
it.
did hit it.
That's disgusting.
Unless that he's talking about our actual community best.
Okay, we're okay.
The parry the laser does lose a little bit of time due to lag, and now his parry count on a scorecard isn't affected due to how we play this fight. It's a little weird to see him parrying the laser instead of going underneath and sitting with spread, which is the much more common play, I feel. Which actually parrying more does lose you time, especially on ground fights. On plane fights, it's not the worst thing in the world due to Luigi swaps, among a few other pieces
What do
of
you mean,
tech.
Mark, by that?
But it can be quite devastating on a ground fight due to the game
It's a pretty good
lagging
run, by the
there.
way.
Then, if
I
it's
think
a fight you wouldn't
this actually
normally
does have
parry
a
on,
chance of getting a
you lose time to
3x.
the scorecard changing.
Oh,
Albeit,
cooking,
it's
I gotcha.
not a
Makes
crazy
sense.
amount of variance, only about a
I'm trying
second
to
or two,
cook.
really. But a second or two in a 27-minute speed game can get quite devastating quite fast, because that 2 seconds can build up. Into Calamaria. To be this far and have a sizable world record pace is quite interesting to see. I'm hoping you can keep it, because a world record in this event would be one of the most insane things we've ever seen. Not only today, but both days.
The hardest boss for me, Devil.
But also, apparently, you're most fun to run. With varying strats. Speaking of strats, both runners will be opting in for the basically counter pick on Calamaria, where you can just sit next to her and never get hit. Also, due to how fast your bullets travel, it makes the phase a little bit faster, I believe, to sit up there.
Could have been a better time there with 2 parries, but that's okay. I'm trying out
Thanks.
here.
White Fine Ground, if you're still on a
Hey,
27
Shuri, how's it going?
28
Thank you for the good
BPT,
luck.
I
Have
would
fun.
not complain if I were you. You can
Trying to
play in the
close out a
Devil can be
decent run here.
killer alongside your King Dice Hard RNG, which I'm hoping to see someone get all 3
We'll
hearts
see, though. I got
and win the 8 and 27.
freaking
Or
Phantom King
the
Dice
8 out
Devil
of
left to
27
go.
chance.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
In terms of fight progression, both Yuka and Granius are about 10 seconds apart. But Granius does have this about a 40-second lead if we're comparing just raw time. Now, while Yuka is a little bit less of a 1-1
Dude,
player,
those were
he
the
actually
worst Calva swaps of all
is
time.
a legacy player of all things.
I don't know why I wasn't getting any
It's a little
spread
rougher
bullets.
for him to even compare to the world record holder here. Granius surprisingly on a pace.
Oh my
It's a
gosh,
very
dude, I missed like
scuffed
every
pace, but
lobber.
it would work. Which I think now that I say that, it's actually looking a lot worse. Because that phase 3 wasn't the prettiest ever. Losing maybe about 5 to 7 seconds. Although Yuka's losing a lot more with that death, losing about
It was a good ending
a
for that
minute with
wheel.
how long the
I
fight
actually
takes.
did react to the wheel RNG.
But
But
unfortunately,
yeah, I
Granius
think
will
this
be
run's
losing
cooked.
his world record pace.
We cooked a little
Still
too
technically
hard.
TVable, but quite hard. He has to play
Overcooked
4
it.
seconds off his son of best now for the
Yeah, the
rest
bridge
of the
EC.
fight.
True, Pavi.
Now, what kind of pattern will we see on King Dice here for Granius?
Good hearts.
That's really the question.
I guess I
Two
need to
hearts.
go for quick rolls and
Wow,
everything at
a
this
rare
point.
instance for someone like
I'll just
Granius
YOLO for the
to
quick
get
rolls.
King Dice. Really unsure why I say 2, because
We're
he'll
gonna
be
have
fighting
any
me 3,
chance at
5, and 7,
PBing
which
here, or not, or
we
event
found to be
PBing.
faster. Although there is a secondary backup of 358, 348, and 248. There are a lot of patterns, but 358 is the fastest by, I believe it's only a couple seconds, but
One triple.
again, even though it's
I'll
a couple seconds can be
I
deadly in
burnt the
round like
nutrients out, yeah.
other seconds. You lose your seconds, you
Okay. We got the easy quick roll.
which you actually can lose, I believe, about
Come on,
0.5
instant
seconds to
parry.
each King Dice roll.
Dang.
Also, based on chat, we have some new people joining the company. We had Scoop of Butter a little while ago start his first run. I believe first run, because he does have one on the leaderboard. But I don't remember him ever competing. I had 54-13 as Scoop of Butter's
Not the best rabbit RNG,
best
but
time. But now we might also have
quick
Gaming
roll
with
if we need
Nino
to.
join the
Okay.
event somehow. And a
Okay, doing
console
some
runner
easy
at that, which you
spins,
love to see
easy
some
rolls.
console runners are definitely a thing to see out here. As I used to be. I am the dark side of running. The dark side, we are at the worst part of the King Dice fight, which
Pretty slow, but
sadly to many a runner,
RNG
first
just
exclamation
sucks.
mark, then Granius isn't being nice. Ruletta just loves taking what almost feels like tens of seconds of time take away from these
Gonna
runners.
need to gold
Due
devil
to
again.
charging first instead of just standing still and raining fire from above.
I like number 2.
Speaking of raining, we're going to see a lot of lava shots be set up the way that we see Granius setting them. Although Granius did lose some damage.
37
Wait.
devil, yeah, dude. Easy. Honestly,
Oh,
153 is not
Ronnie's
bad for the RNG that I got.
1 second shy
Like, I got a lot of hearts,
from
but
some
that
of
didn't really
best
help me save
to
time
tying
much.
his LTA PB, which would be insane for him to tie.
Be cool to close out another 4x, though. Back-to-back runs.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
I mean, I would love to see this in a normal run.
Although we've
This
been
pattern.
decently far in fights, we have Kurthar looking to be ahead here. Ronnie isn't on the best pace, which he looks to be on a solid devil. Not the craziest devil in the world, but still pretty solid. Oh. And as I say, I unfortunately used the commentator curse against Ronnie. Sadly. But, yeah. 47. Still a very solid run to have.
Okay. I mean, that
We're
was still
losing
two
about
4x's, like,
7 to his
back-to-back, I
best
think.
ever
So
fight.
that's pretty good.
Speaking of best ever, we have Clipboard. Clipboard is on a very nice pace, actually. He's only about he's actually plus 3.0 on his PB, which, again, with how high of a PB he has, being the second place runner, and
Yeah, no
the
29
second
devil,
ever
unfortunate.
27, that's why
Nicely do, and get
28,
a new,
and
faster
especially Granius
kill.
is
Or
now
get
4th, 27 in this tournament, is quite an impressive feat. As the 27:30 is right now where world record sits. 27:32 to be a little more exact. But still, the fact that Granius is playing within 30 seconds of world record and doing it quite much, as this is now his second 27 today, and today's only about an hour and a half in, hour 45, which still gives the runners a lot of time to maybe someone else decides to pull another magical 27 out, which or gamer attack to pull off. That would be quite impressive. My hat would go off to him if that were to happen. I almost want it to, in all honesty. Speaking of going up, I feel like Clipboard's losing a little bit of time. That's what it looks like based on his 5 split. That could just be me seeing things. No, it did go up, albeit only ever so slightly. Yeah, Clipboard only plus 4. What is it? A 20, as he used to play off 23 seconds, less than 23 seconds off the rest of the the rest of the run for this to be a PB. But this is still looking very good for Clip. Oh wow! Actually, Clipboard's saving time on Bappy Skip. Something really hard to with a gold of about a second and a half. Wow. 42. Not even a reaction. That just proves how much of a giga Chad Clipboard really is. Getting a casual gold, improving his sum of best after I just said how hard it was to play by his sum of best. Just randomly in a no reset run. Which Beppy is a very technically advanced fight, so a 42, not, especially with how we play this fight, a 42 is not only a solid fight time based on that, but just a solid fight time. Even if that was a 43, it still would have been a very solid fight. Less of a gold, but still pretty good. Which he got a little lucky, I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, that time save is nothing to laugh at. Nor is this 27-21 BPT, as we're nearing the end of aisle 2 here.
Okay, we got the platform that just makes the ending of
And
that
did he
fight
keep that pace? His last is a little bit blurry. Yeah, he's actually keeping a very
that's
solid
cool.
pace of 14:06 exit.
Like
I
even
with
did a
a
spread EX there.
nice 50-second grim
outside
fight.
of the hitbox,
Yeah,
and I still was
everything's
fine.
looking up for him right now. If this can stay in a late game, that will be quite nice, because that is a very enjoyable pace for him to have.
I think it's mostly about having like a
Oh,
low
he
dash.
did? You could thank you. I actually didn't know
Which, I
that
mean, I
Dron's
guess
had his
is
pace,
like a
but it
fast
is his
dash,
427, which is insanity. Because he is the
it's
only
more
runner
about
thus far to get a
the second
27,
dash being low than
proving
anything
Dron's
else on hitting
consistency with
cycle.
these fights. Given
Like
that
making sure that
he only
second dash
came
was
back
like really tight.
for a YouTube video, and that was about it. Unfortunately, as I speak of
why?
consistency, we see
What
an
is the point of that?
unfortunate death on Hildeberg's final phase from which, oh wow. Flipboard not only getting very good platform, but a nice amount of damage there on that fight. Wow. He has been playing this fight really well and
Those
playing very
platforms just did not line up with what I was trying to do.
just shy. That is disheartening how shy he was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
But
was
while
not
Clipboard
the
Run
best
did die, we have first our
Beppy segment.
Oh, very respectable. This is a hard fight. Of
And I'm
course,
guessing that
first,
that Werner gold that I got in that one run was also a star skip gold.
but still doing quite fine. Clipboard jumping back into runs. On a wow, 723. My sub can only dream. My sub is barely a sub 8 aisle 1. So the fact that this is Happy Wolf's like pretty meh pace is quite nice actually. Although we do have a lot of runners starting to get runs, which is a little annoying, but not the worst in the world. Okay, albeit losing, I believe losing time, unless Happy Wolf just has a very weird setup. I mean, I guess that's possible, but would be a little off, all things considered. I'm gonna pull Happy Wolf here as well. Probably one that I should have open. Oh no, plus 30, which, wow, a 7-0 from Happy Wolf. That is quite a fine pace, actually. Although they are comparing to Legacy splits for whatever reason it beat. Only 32 behind like Legacy times is quite insane. Legacy is a very optimized run. Like Legacy is which if you're really interested in Cuphead Speedrun, I recommend checking that out. Legacy Speedrun is pretty tight to play to. So it's actually not even a 1.1 comparison we have going on here. For Happy Wolf. So all time loss is fake time loss. Seeking a time loss, Clipboard getting hit there is not the the best thing to see, but he's making it work. cruising through forest spots without even a care in the world. Happy Wolf screwing up some Luigi swaps, sadly. Will be costing him a little bit of time, as he's going to lose out on a lot of potential damage that he had there. Unless he was going for same weapon swap, but because it did seem to pay off at the end of that. Very clean fight, but could have been a little cleaner for being accurate. A 102, that probably did get closer to a low 101 or a 100. So there was definitely some time to be saved there. Not much, but hate to sound a little pessimistic, but could have saved a bit of time. And I believe only Wandius is ahead right now. Everyone else is pretty mixed with their PB comparisons that they have going on here.
A great slam and then some. And begin.
Actually, wow. We're staying decently consistent with his early game. I just took a little glance over. Take a drink of water here. Oh, wow. Doing quite well. Actually, a lot of the runners seem to be doing fine. Albeit there are a few resets in early game that have been happening. On and off. Oh, wow. Quickboard just got, in my opinion, one of the better patterns. We're missing super skip, sadly, but still a very, very good thing to have. And as I just say everything's doing well, I unfortunately did not make Happy Wolf today. Alright, I had a lot of time behind. Like, weirdly enough. I'm hoping Scoop has their category Cuphead so I can more easily find them here. Oh, they are alive. It's just weirdly cut. I don't know the category when to show it. Right now I've Scoop pulled up and a few other people. I don't know if it's actually ahead of my P, which is 38, so you will. They are a little bit ahead of that based on run stats, but yeah. I was gonna do at one. I didn't think of a break. But so right now everyone will be taking a break. One thing I want to mention before I take a small break here, save my voice. I'm gonna be doing a lot of commentary today, so get used to this voice. We're quite close actually to our goal for Urban Arts, which the goal for Urban Arts will give the runners an extra 2 hours to do runs today. It'll be quite nice for them to have those extra 2 hours. As they could get some insane paces. Brownies could get its 527 as far as we know. Alongside your donations, if you have a $15 or $25 minimum respectively, you can be put into a raffle for a signed Nintendo 64 Japanese cartridge, original cartridge, which will be signed by anyone going to Pace, and a Nintendo Switch OLED. That second prize is quite nice. But yeah, we'll be back in a minute. hello everyone. Welcome back. We have some currently decent paces right now. There are a lot of people in aisle 1. It could be worse. Although, I do see why. Ones are a little bit tight. And, like, worst from we've had is with a 12th place at 54 from Super Butter, so you're gonna get a little bit of running in. But top 10 is the 32 or lower, which for a lot of these field TVs, you really only have a couple minutes of leeway. Earthcar is one of the names that had this happen who got high by Utah, making top 7 also sub 29 as well. And a lot of these runners who are in the top 7 really want to get their time closer and closer down if they can help it. I know Granius might want to because he is on the cusp of if he does it. His LGA PB, for those unaware, is only 6 seconds off the world record. So, his runs dying early, I can definitely see reasoning for it. Because he's playing already to a really good pace comparison. So, he kind of needs to keep that up. We have Clipboard here getting it actually pretty solid aisle 1, all things considered. Only seems to be out a couple seconds behind his pace. For where he is, in terms of placement, that's still pretty solid, actually. Oh, wow. Yeah, only about half a second behind his TV, it looks to be. Quite solid for aisle 1. Sounds a little repetitive, but could be very much worse. In all honesty. Because he actually had a quite solid bottom on it. It's gonna be about maybe a 39 if I had to guess. Not 38. 538 though, so I was actually quite close. Yeah, 38 fight is really good to see. Here from Clipboard. Albeit, hopefully, he can keep up this kind of play because putting Gamer into third and having Clipboard jump back to second where he started would be a very nice upset. I'm kind of rooting for it to happen. But having 27s with how low world record already is as your top 2 is a little rough. If I'm being perfectly honest here. But a lot of runners are on decent paces. Happy Wolf, who I think is seeming to take any and all paces that they're getting. I don't think Happy Wolf has had many, if any, resets. I know they had one King Dice reset, but that's about it. And they've had an okay pace overall. I mean, based on this, if I had my own splits up, it'd be close to maybe a 37 or so. Which is still a very good time. Despite how low the times can get for a category. I'm gonna actually look around splits really quickly. See where it's coming from. Yeah, I have a 28-14 catalyst split in my 1.1 PV. Albeit some of that can be to my own execution. And my Phantom was horrendous. So as long as there aren't any fumbles from their end, they have a possible 35 pace or lowered, again, depending how good their play is compared to mine. Using my own split as a gauge for their pace. Because their best roll have right now says a 31, 41. So maybe something happens, maybe a little more try, like a Phantom death or two. Very easy fight to die on just due to how really stressful that fight can be. Especially if this is a 1.1 PB for Happy Wolf. Which I'm unsure of what their 1.1 PB is. Or if they even have one outside of the tournament. But a 31-41 would put them ahead. It would put them Or no, actually put them behind. They need a sub 30 really to even improve what they're at a 30.06. So they're a little behind their GSA PV. And with how much time we still have, we have about just under 3 hours now for the remainder of this tournament, unless we can hit our $27,500 goal raised for Urban Arts. A great charity to check out if you haven't already. Exclamation mark UA in chat will lead you to a lot of resources about it. I believe there actually has been a decent mention of this recently. No, paces are looking quite nice. Yeah, I was saying about how much time we have, with unless we get the extension of 2 more hours of run. Happy Wolf has the time, especially due to how tight top 7 is. I could easily see them reset, go for it like a low 29, and try to just slowly contend Yuka, bumping out of the race. Because there are other people who could, like Super Butter, for example, who could potentially pull a 29 out of their magic. The old silk out they might find. And I know we're not doing DLC, sadly. No one will be doing DLC this run, so there will be no snowman boss. Sadly. So my Frosty reference is a little out of touch. I'm the one who looks like a clown, not Beppy right now. You see it from clipboard with a very solid Beppy skip, but he may have lost a little bit of time due to his pattern. Just depends on the overall execution, as clipboard isn't really far ahead yet. Only now after Beppy being about half a second ahead. But half a second ahead of your second place contention run. That's something to be mad about. Especially with how some of these fights can go. Albeit the next fight clipboard will be doing isn't really rough. Fight Happy Wolf is on King Dice can be. Rough without any sort of hesitation. Alongside the Devil as well. The Devil. We've seen a couple of paces die to, sadly. Happy Wolf choosing to use the one spot you can stand where you just don't have to move. On the first set of 3 for damage boosting. And hit, I believe, a double and a single on the cigar. Which is quite a nice amount of damage, getting a very nice, pretty well executed kill. Well execution, clipboard is doing quite nice again of his IL2. May lose a little bit of time to his PB. He's losing actually quite a lot of time. He's about plus 5 behind. But it's 27.50 with how the runs have been so far. 28.06 being the closest contention to a 27. Any 27 here would be a very nice and honestly very comfortable spot for a clipboard to be sitting. I definitely don't think anyone, especially him, would be
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go!
although not the greatest kill Fioretta from Happy Wolf, sadly, still a very solid kill. But it is unlikely that they'll pass their LTA PB, which is a little unfortunate, but still gonna get a solid time, I believe. Unless something catastrophic happens either on King Dice here, as it's a little dicey. You have to be the king or queen of execution in order to make it work. Because that could have been pretty bad. But they made it work out, and it's still going to be a solid time with everything accounted for. Not their greatest run of their life, but still a pretty solid one. And Clipboard, wow. Actually, a very nice pace, actually. You'd be on a, still a high, you'd be on a high 27, but a 27.51. Given how Ronnie's is going to be to beat, a 27.51 would be quite nice for him, honestly. I don't even think he would complain. I think he might have a little bit of a, he might pop off a little bit, actually, if that were to happen. Although getting a little slow, it seems, of a tall laser kill. I feel like that's usually a little bit quicker from a higher loader such as himself would have gotten. All the execution I've seen of this fight, which phase 2 has done very well, although that bomb is quite concerning. He got around it, and it will be doing just fine. Oh, wow. I mean, that's a great until I say that, of course. It becomes quite worse. Well, it wasn't the greatest demo in the world. It was looking pretty solid up until the unfortunate death we saw on that from Happy Wheel. Actually turning out to be a 1 HP first phase, which, depending what RNG you get or what strats you're going for, you can easily take accidental damage. And I mean, it's already a bit lost of a run. This would further cement that sort of sentiment. But a lot of runners haven't really lost runs.
About it.
Wow. Clipboard actually hitting very nice damage, so this will be a very smooth fight. I'm gonna predict that, but we'll see how well I am at predicting Clipboard's fight. Because, unfortunately, we cannot hit people during transitions, but...
Okay, not a 48, but...
And I was way off. I'm
still
so
solid.
sorry about that, Clipboard. Well, 50. Right, but a lot worse time. Worse time. Ronnie's is in a worse spot than Clipboard. Because he's playing a lot tighter PB and just stuck barely behind, which can be quite infuriating for the mental to be only just ever so behind a good pace, which could be the difference between him and a world record. But Clipboard is a little shy of that, all things considered. But again, even a 27.54, which is his current pending pace, if he ties PB, we don't have a current pace element for best possible time from him. We only have I think every other runner except Clipboard actually has that on their live split element here, actually. A little weird, but sure. I guess it could be done to shake off nerves, but it does hold you back from knowing when runs are really dead. Outside of deaths, because as you can see
Man,
from a
I
lot
am
of
just
runners,
playing
there's
like
a lot
really
of 1
clean in this fight for
HP
some reason. I've just
moments that
been
we
getting
get.
like all
As
40s.
Dronius himself gets hit
Oops,
to 1
all
HP.
40s here. That was almost a 39 too, so.
And then a very
Pretty cool.
scary pattern on Wally as well, while being 1 health. But just barely making it out alive. Luckily. With a 54. Okay. 54 Wally is quite alright for him. Did lose a little time, it seems, but Not the end of the world. Oh, no, I am sorry, Clipboard. You did not get the best pattern in the world. Actually, Clipboard got the worst of the multiple minions of this boss to have gotten. Dogfish is, albeit I do not know the exact substantiality in time. I know it is at least like 2-3 seconds. Dogfish, as the attack is called, is one of the worst attacks Brian can bring out, with Squid actually being the best. A squid that, yes, will make your screen darker, but a lot more stalled damage, allowing you to go over the supposed threshold the fight had. And with that fight, if you actually stall a minion out, or a minion comes at the very end of Brian Beard's health, in most cases it will stall. In some, you can get a little bit more damage. Nothing crazy in terms of actual numbers. Again, maybe only like 10 or 20 damage. But you can do just fine with that extra little bit. And a lot of these, especially top runners, a lot of the runners in this tournament, especially our top 5, are quite talented runners. Although we do have a lot of ties that hopefully get broken up. So, Clipboard, I'm kind of praying for you. Please, if this tie can be broken. This 4th and 5th place tie, which you seem to be on pace to beat, actually, given that you're not incredibly behind.
Okay. Still decent.
Actually, wow, that is quite respectable. Dang. That is a very nice looking pace, with a very nice color as well. Let me see, Grandi is sadly resetting. Now putting Kurthar as the person furthest through a run, as Grandi will now get put back in the alleged purgatory of Cuphead's Fearing Isle 1. Sadly. And with Kurthar playing ahead of his PB, which he got in this tournament, actually. So his 2859 that he has here, which he can get a lot further on, which would break one of the 2 ties that we have in the top 7 here. Weirdly enough, we have 4th and 5th.
Yeah, that sucks.
We have tie.
Activated the
Little
potion
while.
too early.
I see a mistake from Clipboard, but we're going back to him. We have a little mistake, but he's sure to make it work. He has a lot of cards here. Yeah, it's really no trouble for him at all. But Ronnie's having some trouble in early game. Not sure what's going on there, but
Ah, man. That's
oh no, now Clipboard having trouble. That is rough to say the least. Now really most runners are back to square one. Only Kurth are really keeping any sort of pace now. With honestly a very solid pace. He's a little behind, but it's definitely, you can work around something like that quite easily. In my opinion. Work around that quite well.
What am I doing? I'm not getting any parries. That is what I'm doing.
Which is unfortunate to see Kurth, which you have this entire phase, which it should make like work do things, but it's a little sad to see about plus 10 right now to your PB.
Why do I lose time on these bosses?
+9, +10.
Like, I'm not supposed to get it 125 on this boss. That's insane. Alright, alright. I need to stop being.
Well, I mean, he's doing quite fine. He actually could tie clipboard here and make a 3-way tie if he plays perfectly to his summer best. I doubt it.
Can still turn this around,
But
so let's focus on that.
Truther, you had a parryable duck. No. Oh, that is a sad death to see. A likely dead run, but we'll see if he actually resets or he just continues. As he wasn't crazily far ahead into the fight, but it would put him a decent bit back in the actual fight progression and his actual pacing overall.
Oh, I thought I had a car. Why did I think I had a car?
Yeah, rough time practicing Devil though. I don't know what happened with their PB being 1.5 seconds, but maybe there was just some sort of splitting issue.
Should have done a wider. I don't know what I should have done.
Why do you believe Chris Stars is resetting? But I could be very much wrong. Speaking of resetting, right? We have a lot of aisle 1 resets, minus Yuka. Yuka right now chilling on Cagney Carnation.
That situation I should just kill the
Listening
duck.
to one of the best aisle 1 themes in the game, in my opinion.
Get a higher jump.
On actually green. Wow. Quite surprising for Yuka. Be just ever so ahead.
Get away from that. What is happening right
Yeah, Yuka only about half a second ahead right now.
hit by the duck. That's the
But half
main
a second ahead to right now, only about +3.
Not doing that.
Not something you really worry about that often. With
Okay, I'm gonna do
I think
just one more fight for practice.
Kurtar
I
deciding
know,
to
like, the
continue
main
despite the
problem
many
that I had
fails.
in the attempts before that
Not the
was
most advised
I got hit
play,
by a
but
duck
to
most
each
of the
their
time.
own if that's what he
I
wants
couldn't
to
damage
do.
boost like all the time. On Beppy. So yeah.
I'm not sure if he was just going for a just practice on the fight and never hit restart on his timer, or no, I believe he's just practicing Beppy. Because he would not have re-entered the fight. He had absolutely no reason to. It his Beppy practice, but he has yet to hit his timer. He probably might do that when he enters title screen, so his timer isn't really much of anything as we see.
Close. Still.
But there is substance with Yuka's run. Yuka actually looking to be in a nice spot with everything having gone on. Only about 3 seconds behind their 28.59. So below 28.59 at that, but even still. So there's a potential for finally a break in the multiple ties we've had with some of these runners.
Oh my god, what is this? Spawn.
It's quite odd indeed, the pattern you're getting, Kurtar. Especially the fact that you're now losing over a minute. Which this would still have a good exit time if he continued. 32, while yes, a little bit slow given his sub 29 PB during this tournament, it would be a little bit. It actually wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, putting him in a decent position overall. Ronnie's right now only about +2 in root track. With what looks to be a solid Ruby Strokes, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, very solid Ruby and Strokes. Actually putting him back in the green.
Excuse me.
With all things considered, these are still some very solid runs that we're seeing. Which I think the only person to make the most out of their time that they would have being Happy Wolf, who's taken a lot of paces and taking a lot of practice. We did just see some practice from Kurthar, but I feel like there could have been a little bit more practice on other parts of the aisle. It wasn't the smoothest aisle too, based on his live state. Looks to be a bit mixed in terms of good and bad. Because the runners still have a long time, with all things considered. It's a little shorter than what they might want it to be. They might want a lot more time with how competitive the leaderboards are. But having multiple hours to run, like, that's definitely not for the faint of heart. Especially if some of these runners, like Ronnie's, continue for the entire day. I feel like a lot of them will, but I guess we'd have to wait and see. A lot of runners do seem to continue any and all runs, which, especially for our top runners, I feel like that's really what you need. His top 7 is actually quite competitive. Really close, and I'm really hoping for either a clipboard finished run today or a Yuka finished run in the next little while, as these ties are getting a little weird to look at. It's actually starting to mess with me, seeing instead of 2 sixths or 2 fourths, we're just seeing 4th and 5th have the same time. But, I mean, Yuka's on a promising pace, all things considered. Like, definitely a PB pace. Right now sitting at a 27:49. Or no, that's just some of that. Currently sitting, I believe, only +4 on his PB. It looks to be about. Which, +4, especially with how diverse IL3 is in terms of bosses, +4 you can really bring back. I mean, we've already seen Clipboard improve his Beppy, which isn't IL3, but like late IL2, IL3 is definitely where you can shine on saving and losing time. Hopefully, the better than the worse, but that's really all up to chance with some of the bosses. Like remember Honeybottoms, who I think a lot of Cuphead runners could agree sucks. Absolutely just sucks as a run. Oh wow. Actually Yuka playing very solid. Playing with a 44 fight and losing time, which is a little weird to see. Being they probably have a 43 in TB. But unfortunately not to put up with is a 43 fight is quite good. Because that 42 already we saw from Clipboard was pretty excellent at that. Excellent. We have a lot of runs actually getting decently far into IL1. We're not just seeing a bunch of Forest Follies ILs as we had seen a little bit yesterday. Actually, Kurthar, who I imagine will make it out of aisle 1 unless there are some later game shenanigans to happen, but it looks to be a pretty promising fight. Unlike Yuko, who unfortunately just tanked who met a bitter end. Sadly. And a Grim Magic, in my opinion, one of the much more tame fights in execution's sake of aisle 2. Baroness and Beppy are a lot harder to really optimize. You feel the brunt of, and you definitely feel the brunt of those fights with all the things that can happen there.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
I believe you just taking a break from runs, but little rough, all things considered. Just that he had to even take a death like that. He was on a very nice pace. Like, I could actually have seen a very low 28 coming out of that run, if only it had actually continued. And I hit Yuka is going back to run.
Just focus a little bit here.
Oh no, that was just a quick swap over to clipboard. A little bit of lag on that. Although clipboard, looking to be in a comfortable
I'm setting the
position
most
based on
trash
his pace.
RG on all my runs. Yeah. I mean,
Hers are in the best spot
it's
with it.
like
Getting some very good fights. The one for
some months I
Hilda,
have like super good RG on some
that
bosses
is a
and then just
very good
really
fight
bad
to have.
RG on
Especially
some
for
other
early
bosses. So
game.
it just
619 as he re-enters this level.
it's just so
It
much back
keeps,
and
I
forth.
believe, seen aisle 1 is what it's referred to in the code.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know how you feel.
Yeah, still very solid. With about a 40 fight, he would have a very low. He'd be just behind PB.
This. I always
Which
get
with
seeds
Cagney, especially now that
on
we have
Cagney
seeds
every
coming
time.
into play, it's a little
I
harder to do.
just,
Because
it's so annoying.
seeds is just the worst. No one really likes seeds.
I can't remember
I
the
mean, he
last
did
time I
make
didn't
good
get
work
seeds.
of that seeds pattern. It's just
Give me seed.
not what you really want to be seeing. Actually, double seeds. That is quite literally the antithesis to a fight that you want.
Very close right now.
Really, really going against all the logic here. Kurthar PBing. But he makes it work, only playing about
I can't,
5.
I can't get a good Cagney fight. It's so annoying. Like all of them have been like 40 or like 40 plus or something.
Kurthar, I don't
I
think
think I had
a
like
truer share
maybe
has ever
one
been
that
said.
was like 38 or
Not only for
something.
you, but for a lot of runners. Getting a good Cagney fight is one of the hardest things to do.
It
Because
drives me crazy.
Cagney can just be absolutely menacing. And apparently Hilda as well, to many a run.
And I keep getting like on
We've
one
seen a
game
lot
I
of
keep
runners
getting like
reset to Hilda and
boosted
Cagney
every time.
being an aisle 2, which is not a bad thing. We actually prefer
Usually I don't
runners to
have enough
continue run.
HP to actual damage boosts.
As the better run you can get, it's really going to help you.
Getting good
But there
fights
are
here.
some times where you just get an unfortunate reset. Like Clipboard, who lost over a minute to
Nice,
that
now
other pace,
the
sadly,
swaps are bad too.
which would make
And
it
I'm
very
getting
unlikely
hits.
that he PV.
So much.
An unlikely PV. Kurthor's in a bit of a dicey position,
Yeah, this is not gonna be a good fight.
but you can likely make it work as he's had
I'm getting
pretty
guts.
solid rest of the fight, but it is looking a bit rough for him. Not the greatest rareness pattern, alongside being a little bit lower on HP
Well, I didn't like that run anyway.
and cutting it just too shy of
Oh
that
my
fight,
god.
which he will not proceed to practice then. He will just proceed to continue it. I don't blame him.
Seeds. Get a 23, 25, it's alright, yeah.
We have Scoop here on about a plus 10 pace
I keep thinking that,
to,
oh,
I
now I have all the
think
bad
they're
RG out of the
51,
way.
but I'm not
Surely it won't
absolutely
happen
sure of
again,
that.
right? Surely I'll have a run with good RG this time. Nope. That's never the case.
I'm gonna quickly check that on my end just to see what Scoop's
I
run is looking like.
I finished one run today.
Hey, he's only about +3. Very nice
That's not
bit
great.
from him. He has a 27:40 or 28:44 best possible time. Would be a little bit rough for him to get into the top 7 here,
What do you mean,
but it would
Butter?
be an improvement of his current best run in the tournament, which is a 30. Actually, it's a 50-14.
Dude, hasn't Quincy gotten a 22 in a run, or am I crazy? Did I dream that?
Maybe you had, because apparently Granny has scolded Goopy. A substantial amount, actually. Wow. I'm not sure how much of that is actually saved on gold, but a decent bit of that was.
Like, dude, how am I supposed to get a 22 in a run? Dang, that was actually really good. Hold up.
Yeah, that was quite sorry. 123 total segment time as he hits his transition here. With overall decent conversion.
We're cooked. Dude, if those UFO clips were good, this time would have been absurd. So sad. This could have won flatted, dude, if I had, like, godly UFO clips. It's so hard to get a good first part of the fight and then actually get godly UFO clips. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's Butter speaking facts and
Boulder
Granny's
manip
chat.
level of conspiracy. Dude, that was such
Butter
a legendary
444,
moment.
not Scuba Butter,
Narga
the
dreaming
runner
up
right now,
strats and
who's
tried to
actually
convince
doing
us they were
quite
real,
nice,
and then
getting into
realizing it
Jimmy,
was a dream.
making a very cool dodge. That was very nice to see. Nice dodge that didn't even lose time. It actually might have just
Dude,
saved
we
him a
were
little
doing
bit
it in
due to
runs,
the
too. That's the best
pyramid
part.
not getting to shoot. Although Grunt having pretty good RNG, he's likely to get seeds right at the end. Unless there's a good damage conversion here. Which there was. Love to see that. You absolutely do love to see that. With 3 attempted quads
Dude,
right
wait,
now
what?
from Granius, still pulling him at
Hello? Is
very
that
good pace.
timer broken? Dude, I didn't even look at my splits, man. I didn't realize this tile 1 was insane. Is this the best tile 1 ever? I don't remember what the milliseconds were on my other
Oh,
650.
wow. I was just able to see the exact split time. A low 650 I1 from Granius. He
Like the
has
most
every right
casual
to celebrate that.
650
That is
somehow. I don't even know
insane.
how. Actually, now that I
Like,
think about it, yeah,
what
that was a freaking
the
gold goopy
goopy
into a
just came out of
102
nowhere.
Hilda into a 30.
You have
Yeah,
like
I guess
a
it was really good,
lot of
actually.
time saved on
I
Cagney.
think the
Like that
follow
is
sucked, though. I
wow.
did the
That
quick
is
pack, but everything else
actually
was amazing.
alarmingly good. So I now have high hopes for both Cooklord and Granius.
All right, well, run's dead.
Also, a little bit of hope for
Unless
Scuba Butter as well, who's really deep into a run. Kind of just sitting with
that
Beppy
sounded
right
like
now.
triple, but he's
Actually
still
missing
moving.
or failing Beppy skip. Or missing or avoiding Beppy skip.
Got baited by the
But still
sound.
making it work. Probably a good like 1-1x fight if I had to guess.
Dude.
Oh no, 102. Wow.
Are you for
I am
realsies?
sorry. I completely misjudged that fight. Which a 102 actually
Okay, at least there's no
means
gun.
that with Beppy skip, since it loses about 20 seconds, you'd have a 42 fight, which you already saw clipboard gold. That'd be an insane goal to have in
Okay, there's
a
no
run from
shot this is the best
Scuba
bonbon
Butter.
pace. I had like a 36 bonbon in my other one.
Oh,
You had a
wow.
44
That is
bonbon meme, dude.
that is alarming. We have a sub 27
funny.
BPT out of Baroness. Well, that doesn't really
Yeah,
stand
best
for
out 1
much
by
with
0.2.
how
My
much reaction comes
my
into a speed game
record
like this.
was the one that had
It's
the other
still an
650.
alarmingly good pace, a sub 27.
What's funny is I've
2653, and
never
it's
had a
a like
651
very
or a
sizable sub
652.
27 as well.
Just 2 650s.
Lord.
I messed that up. That's okay. It's not that bad.
Especially given this pace, Groundies, I don't think you're really gonna have to worry that much. Clipper, on the other hand, who cut it quite close, actually getting an okay Hilda. Nothing really to wow at, as we saw with 104. We've seen this fight a few times actually. One from Kurthar, who was back in early game. Well, Clipboard was actually Cloak and Scuba Butter are
Hey, did
all
you all see that
pretty
lag?
solidly.
Dude, that probably lost me time. Freaking computer just
Kurthar
had a
trying to back
hiccup.
up missing ledge clip, but unfortunately will not. So another early game reset. But we have some decently
caused
thorough
that?
actually.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if I feel like I've had that happen in the past when my USB cord is screwed up for my controller. Because it, like, mini disconnects. And the game pauses when you're, Oh, I hope not.
We have
That's
a
gonna suck.
Twitch alert from Grandius, I assume that is. Which seems to be. Nothing too troublesome from a verification from like a validity standpoint, but a little weird just to see kind of pop out of the blue.
Yo, Pac Lamac, thank you for the raid.
Oh, raid specific. I knew it was some kind of specific, but I wasn't sure what. Speaking of alerts or alarms, Scuba Butter,
This is a good
wow,
Jimmy right now.
really nice doing a 225 rumor. It's actually quite a solid pace. With enough execution on aisle 3, that could turn into wonderful.
Gold. Maybe it didn't lose me time. Okay, this is actually a pretty hot run, even with that Bonbon RNG. Beppy, though, was actually pretty bad today, so I'll be happy just to get through this fight.
It's fine. It seemed, well, I mean, this is still fine. Honest, I'm not sure what you're alarmed about. If anything, Clipboard should be the one alarmed. Still having a lot of red runs today. Well, you've had greens compared to your LTA PB. Way too close.
I'll take it.
I mean, not much else you can do but can take that, Granius, so kind of the play you need to take, but hopefully you can make this work. This has been a very alarming pace. We still have a 26:55 going in here.
How does it? This
Coming out
actually
of
is
the
probably pretty close to
26:58
what
coming
record
out
was at.
of Beppy, which could
'Cause I
turn into
definitely saved
something
a few seconds
wonderful
on that
given the
Beppy over
right kind of
record.
aisle 3.
Probably made up for the Bonbon.
We saw cracked aisle 3 when the 27:39 happened, and that was already cutting
And the
it
Gold
close.
Jimmy obviously
With
helps.
Devil not being anything too special, being actually a little annoying.
Well, it's a really good pace. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, that
We're
was like
also
one
on
of
an
the
okay
worst fights
pace.
in the run. One of the worst times.
And Stoop opting to do Rugged
Yeah, it's
Ridge
probably
instead of
just Star
Sally.
Scopes
I think this
carrying.
is just them trying to enjoy the game a little bit. But it's something I didn't think I would see today. Would be Rugged Ridge. My opinion, the hardest run and gun.
All right, well, that's the best pace ever. That's an absurd pace.
Oh no, we have a best pace ever from Grani's here. With after Grim even still a sub 27 pace, which he has the potential to easily lose, but man, that is just
Dude, there's so much left at the run. Can't get
oh,
too excited yet.
on
Like,
this
it's really cool to get
like
this pace, but there's
far
still...
into a run. He's about halfway done the run, give or take. Really depends how you
There's
consider
like
King
10
Dice here.
trillion things that can go wrong.
You go time wise, he's a little
I was
he's
mashing a little bit too hard there. I actually
above
pressed
the
B,
halfway
that's why
point.
that happened. Kind of a funny mistake. Didn't lose much, though.
Here's a real high-class bout. You're up.
That's good. That's a good police B.
That was with very okay looking platforms to start here, but middle RNG. So now he really needs platforms to behave. So if this goes well, this can turn out to be. It's gonna make this pace a lot better than we first thought. A lot better than I think anyone here was really expecting.
I can't believe what
Both
I'm
from the
seeing right now,
commentator
by the way.
POV and the
That
runner
was
POV.
disgustingly good RNG.
Yeah.
All right, well, this
Oh
is like the
wow,
best
he's
split
still
ever for
saving
sure.
time and keeping his pace quite close
Like,
to
I
the
got trolled on
26-minute
platforms
barrier.
slightly at the end, but the lead up to that was insane. I also took one hit a little early, but it wasn't that costly. Oh, it's hard not to choke this kind of pace, but I'll try.
Gronk can do it.
Especially
He's our
with
man.
this
If he can
freaking
do it, no
boss
one
coming
can.
up.
I'm keeping this chant a thing for all good pace. This is my sign of good luck. Many a runner. Hopefully we can see a lot more finished runs. A lot of runs have been dying, so hopefully one or two more finished runs can come out of this tournament. We still got a decent bit of time. Only about 2 hours left, unless we can hit our goal for donations, which would give the runners 2 extra hours on top of what they already have, to try to dethrone Grandius, who's been sitting way too high on the pedestal now.
Really good.
With a 40-second lead or so,
Okay.
actually closer to 30-second lead on the second place run. Grandius looking a little nervous.
All right, well, I didn't expect to get a run that's actually stressful, but here we are. It is indeed actually stressful
Actually,
now.
a lot of the runners seem to be on a decent bit of stress. Flipper especially being about 10 or so behind. 10, 20, somewhere in there.
This match will get red hot. And begin.
Not a good pattern.
So his pace is good, so even a bad pattern like still recoverable. But actually, Flipper having an insanely good pattern here. Wow. Feels so weird. Wow. That was very good thing. Not a good.
1741. I remember freaking out over like sub 18s, dude. All right, I just need to not focus on the pace. I'm gonna just focus on the game from here.
We will see a lock-in moment happening from Granius. Now, keep in mind, to those who are unaware, he's on a record. So this could really cement a time in Cuphead history. Not only is this our first time on here, I believe, unless I'm mistaken there, but this would be a brand new world record set. Which, again, I don't think, even with a new world record set, would be a little detrimental to a lot of the other runners to have to literally get world record, as this run would count for. It would be a little sad for other runners to literally have to world record
I'll take
to
it.
beat Granius, but I don't think anyone will be
It's
mad
really
about
hard to
getting
get all
second
5
out of
quads
the
with that
12
scoot.
people we've had compete in this
Scoots that he
tournament.
gave me. It's still a 39.
Oh wow, this is. I'm sorry, I'm just so dumbfounded by this pace. It's marvelous to see this. This is something else. This is on a whole other plane of existence nearly. Ronnie, Clipboard might wish for that. Scoop definitely having a fight of all time with Bryony. Not the greatest time, although their timer does look paused, or did look paused for some reason. That could just be me seeing things as well. Trying to focus on all these really good runs that we've been seeing so far. Hopefully we'll continue to see them throughout the night, but only time will tell. And then a lot of surprising runners joining this tournament on the second day as well. We've had we've had a new addition still since the start of the tourney.
No, dude, what am I doing? Why did I think that was the third one? How?
Oh
Dude, I counted
no,
3.
that is
It was only
sad
2.
to see. That kills the pace, unfortunately, because it was. But
That's so stupid.
it could still turn out to be a solid 28 from Grounding.
I literally just thought it was a done. Like, that was the last one.
A slight misconception from Grandius really cost him, but he made it back with a semi-decent second fight of Brownie, but even having a second fight is just so bad for him.
Yeah, that sucks. We were -8 on record. Man, it's because I got that spread EX, dude. I got the spread EX and it threw me off. I started panicking about not getting the fast kill or whatever on the whale.
Good day for a swell battle. And begin.
Oh,
That's
wow.
just such a dumb mistake to make.
I actually not realize that.
It's like not a normal mistake.
Oh wait, what'd you say, Drum? So everyone, we'll be on a very short break. Before I go, I do want to mention the donation goal. That will make me have to stay here a lot longer. Also why I need breaks. Which has a lot of good rewards. I'll mention those when I come back. Alright.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
button too late? That's like, the fuck?
Oh, so we have Granius finishing.
I don't even
Unfortunately,
know
not a
that.
PB
Like,
because
I
that was a
blinked and I just
great
died,
run.
but in my brain, that's
We
not how
have
it works.
Clipboard decently late game, and Butter on an LTA PB pace. Not a real PB pace, but I mean about a 10, roughly give or take, 10-minute PB for the LTA because he's sitting at a 54:13 or 53:13. So it'd still be a very solid pace. Yeah. Wow. Even hitting harder strats with charge spread. Someone hadn't noticed he does, which was about a minute 30, minute 30, depending how well you play the other level. As all the runners that we've been seeing have played this with lobber spread, which only requires us to talk to the Apple Man, aka Macintosh, and then go do forced follies. You need more coins, however, when doing charge spread, so you have to get 4 coins from Treetop Trouble. On top of everything else that all the other runners have been doing. It's actually getting a very, very solid pace for charge spread. It does lose a little bit of time due to EXs and whatnot. So, honestly, Goop is holding up pretty well. Not gonna lie. But I believe tapped out of their game. That or they just have some severe lag issues. As well, everyone else runs smooth. Their screen isn't running the greatest right now. Oh, a network error came up. I'll quickly just load Scoop Stream myself. Then, since there seems to be some technical issues. Actually, they seem to be doing quite fine. 3703 knockout of the rabbit. A little far off from what you might want, but it's still not the worst it could be. Although they did end stream, probably due to the lag. So we will not be seeing their paces for quite a while. Unless they have somehow resumed the stream and I'm just a little behind somehow. But it doesn't seem that they've resumed streaming at all. Or no, they did get it back. It's still a little bit laggy, all things considered. But it is there. And their auto split is also a little bit behind, as they're on King Dice but still have a Werner split. Hold up.
Please, Cagney. Just don't give me seeds.
Still one of our furthest runs, despite the weird oddities. Ah, got you. And music cuted. Not sure what Yuka's getting at there, but glad to see Yuka's actually back. I assume they mean the music is muted, but which I don't blame them for. Unfortunately, I1 is claiming a lot of victims. The only thing not to be claimed is, as of right now, Scoop of Butter, who's having a little bit of technical issues. Sadly.
Okay, start again. That wasn't a great start. Anyway, even if I got out of one. Let's try to make something better here.
With actually 3 different people, all on the first split of the game. But Clipboard struggling the most, as Ledge Clip was not being nice to him whatsoever. He still managed to make it work, but wasn't really that pretty. I'm gonna be honest with you folks. Not the greatest start to a run. Not for Clipboard's level, just for a runner level. But Cursor, on the other hand, having a very smooth follies, making the level look like light work. With a nice 33. That is a nice time to be starting out with all the runs he's had to have been doing today. Yeah, Clipboard being only about 2 seconds behind though, however, despite a little sloppy Follies execution. But to give him some credit, Ledge Clip is frame and pixel perfect, so there's not much you can really blame him for there. Oh, Cursor, on the other hand, his runs have been going fine. He's actually minus 2 seconds, the opposite of Clipboard. With a 57.6 volley split, very respectable. Having quite a nice time actually on a bunch of the other fights of the game. Root Pack, proving its simplicity. Keeping Cursor about even with his pace. For handling, having, I believe, punches first quite well. Managing to skip the second phase of the fight. With Cursor going for super skip.
Okay, that's
Quite a risky play, and it does pay off.
Gonna be short one card here. And short of life.
But he unfortunately dies on the transition, sadly. Hit the trick, which would have saved a lot of time, but he loses time and loses his run to that unfortunate death. Also, wow. Yuka also being fine with Ledge Clip. A little, not first try like we saw with Cursor, which saves the most time, but he's still saving time overall. Which, definitely not a complaint whatsoever. And here we have actually 2 different runs, basically in sync, showing the pain that comes with running aisle 1. Well, aisle 2, in my opinion, is one of the more fun aisles to run because there's a lot more interesting things that can happen. Rather than just losing a run to either Follies, or Ribian Croaks, or Hilda. You can at least lose runs to every fight, not just a handful. There's a lot more variance in how you lose the runs. Again, variance being a big example of this as an RNG heavy fight.
Also, while we have another very solid follies from Kurthar here, and a sad reset from Yuka, what I'd like to point out is just how hard these runs actually are to pull off. A lot of the tricks you might be seeing look a little bit easier, but to actually save time with them, especially when you have a lot of variants like we see from Clipboard right now, hitting wonderful UFO clips, not even worrying, despite his 1 HP situation. Still behind his PV, but still in a decent spot given everything else. Oh, but Yuka having a little bit of trouble on falls. He actually got jump blocked, which really especially with the damage he already took, messes with the cycle of the level way too much to add it to make it make sense. Also, we have Granius coming back in other news with a potential other world record pace. It makes sense why he was gone for so long, given just how unfortunate his death on, I believe, Briny was. So now he goes to practice, apparently, Devil. I feel like Briny's the fight you would have need to practice, but you did say that he knew his mistake near instantly. So, I guess that does make quite a bit of sense. Which the IO1s for both Kurthar and Yuka seem to be going a little bit better. But Clipboard doing quite well, actually getting about a 715, or not 715, a 705 IL1. Which, well, yes, not his best pace ever, definitely. Also, even for Quinsley, would also not be a best pace ever. Our current third place runner, who may be overturned, as we already saw it. Clipboard we've already seen A through his PB, which is his current comparison, and just through his regular execution, he has definitely a potential to beat his current LTA PB of a 28-22. He honestly could very much pull a 28-05 out of nowhere and reclaim second place. Which it looks like he's doing quite fine on, actually. He's just barely starting the second aisle, but his pace hasn't been anything too horrendous, necessarily. So he definitely could make this pace work out in his favor. For sure. Some good lucks around chat. We see a lot of runners doing some very solid gameplay, not much to worry about by any means. With Clipboard doing actually quite well.
Full run so far. Getting star skips.
Yeah, only +2 on his PB. Now actually looking at it a little more closely here. Kurthar ahead of his PB. Again, also a very good thing to be seeing. Although Kurthar's a little bit, I'm speaking a little too soon, because Kurthar could have something go horribly wrong, and he's not even. He's only tenths of seconds ahead. Which, as we saw with Grandius, being ahead does not mean that it's always going to work out. Sad to say. Which hopefully we see a pace like that again from Grandius. He's doing a little bit of practice, but I could definitely see him jumping back into runs very shortly here, within the next 10 minutes even. Will he? That's not really my call, but there's definitely the potential for it. Oh, this actually is a peculiar situation for Kurthar. And I was just pulling up a few more POVs on my end.
Pretty
Clipboard
tough,
in a
actually.
solid position. Not too poorly placed, but I mean, only minus 0.3
Knew I needed
is
to
a
like
little sketchy, as
think
that
somewhere,
can
but I didn't know where
be
exactly.
wiped away really quickly, but I guess we'll see how it really plays out at the end of the day.
No parries.
Which for Clipboard, it looks alright. Getting a little bit of weird placements, but he's able to make it work. He won't be losing time here, that's for sure. This is definitely something that, with this higher level of play, that we'll be seeing. Like that, I was going to say that dodge, but he proceeded to get hit as I say that. Like, it still did him very well.
That was a 5 pick? I
Making,
don't know.
no, really, making anyone who's ever called this game hard
At least I got
look
the 4 tick, but it's a little sad.
really wrong right now.
Oh, well.
Yeah, these fights are going quite well.
Okay, that Jimmy was a complete mess. I'm gonna ban this term. Yeah,
Actually, we
I
have
should
very
like.
solid runs here. Wow, Yuki's on a great pace. Kurthar was. I'm not sure what
I'm trying to
happened
think.
there.
Did I put in my
He's a little bit
routine that
earlier now
I'm
in the
not
run.
going to run the DLC?
Not that far behind, but could be a little bit better
If
for
not,
him.
I should.
I believe we have Grandius starting
So
up here.
CI's
Seems like he is switching back to a
I feel like mini bomb
proper save. He's
management
just reloading
to
his
me is
game.
just so much easier than
Not sure
longer
why he's
urban
doing that, but
management.
that's
I
really
don't know
more his
why.
play than
If
mine.
it's just actually easier, or if it's just makes more
Which
sense
hopefully
to
that
me.
play will lead to a pace, because that 27:03 best possible time out of Werner was insane. I think the whole community was
Did I
backing him at
miss
that
one of
point.
those EXs?
Speaking of apparently good pace, we have a very nice actually, only +4 here, which from Clipboard, which isn't all that bad, I'm being honest. Especially given that, really, although it is a little much that he
And
lost,
maybe it's just that like
we
I
see a
feel like
lot
it's
of
easier to get
we
like
do see a
optimal
still
mini
solid
bomb
pace here.
management, but
Still
I'm
have
actually
14
just
0x
not
BPT
being optimal
coming from Clipboard here, with a
most of the
Starscape
time.
actually makes it more like a 10
But
by
it just feels
14
easier to be
by
in like a
14:08,
good
as he
range. It's
saves
not
about a
like
second
way
for
too
that
much or
Starscape.
way too little.
Well, not a lot of runners really close to him in terms of progression in runs. We do see a lot of people starting runs, which is a very good thing to see.
But also,
See a lot of
I realized
people
I
on
didn't actually
freshly
record
started
this, so
runs,
I haven't
ready
put
to come back and come
anything
back
planned to.
swinging, maybe to steal second,
I don't.
even
Yeah,
from
the only
maybe
categories that
steal a
I'm
top of
interested
place on
in
the
running, I
leaderboard.
think, in this
Second
game
looking like
are
the
the
most likely
ones
one
that
to be
I've played.
stolen.
And that
Honestly,
is
we haven't
tournament.
seen much, if any, of Gamer today. So that's easily an almost up for grabs position. If Quincy even comes back and plays minus 3 on his
Low
PB,
percent and
he would tie,
gun charge.
which would be quite scary to see all these ties just continuously happening. Especially given how varianced this game can be. Which actually looks to be pretty well set in all the runners' favors. No one seems to be doing particularly bad by any means. Yuka actually looking like the worst pace from what I can tell.
Pretty clean, actually, for once.
But he's decently far in. Wilbur's doing okay. He could be doing a little bit better here. But at 14:09, it's actually on the dot for decimals, which I wasn't
Yeah, if I'm
expecting.
gonna learn another category, it's gonna be all
That puts him
helmets
at a
and
very
default.
solid pace ever to be. At a
Otherwise, I'm
27:26
just
BPT.
sticking to what I've done,
Which
pretty much, or what I've
doesn't
not
stand for
played,
much,
really.
because losing 30 would not be that hard in IL3. IL3 is quite punishing,
Good, but...
and honestly, he could lose the entire run just to the B fight if he really wanted to. Because the B
These
fight,
ice
without
house cycles are hard.
either insane RNG or amazing play on bad RNG,
Didn't you say you've like
it can go south quite quick.
practiced the
Sad to say.
king dice houses? How do you even do that? Because they don't let you like play through that room twice.
And I just realized something I never actually mentioned. I mentioned about donating, but I never mentioned for what. So, as you can see below me, there is a donation goal, currently set at $27,500. Hopefully, we can maybe even push it to $28,000 by the end of this stream. But what that donation does, not only, as you can see next to that donation goal, it gives the runners 2 more hours to do runs, which they only have about an hour and a half left of their current competition time.
Dude, I keep
Other than
missing
runs
the
that will
quick
be
kill here.
midway
Very
through as 5
annoying.
p.m. EST will be hitting, as we're not going to cut people
Like,
off,
that's the
as there
third
can
time that
easily
I've
be
messed
some
up
kind of
getting
upswing
quick kill, and I mean the
paced by
platform's
Clipboard or
right
any
there,
of these other talented
but
runners.
still, it's
We
like,
want to give them their best chance. But alongside it, if you donate $15 and $25
I
respectively,
don't know. I guess you
you
can just
can be
practice
entered
like
into getting either
out of the
a
load screen, basically,
signed
doing those jump dashes,
SM64
but you don't get any
Japanese
feedback on
cartridge
like
in the
moving
original
fast
box,
enough.
which will be signed by by all the 120-star runners going to pace, which, as far as I'm aware, is a very nice lineup. Or a Nintendo Switch OLED. Both of these are by raffle, so by donating does not guarantee you, but being entered it would be quite cool. As we can see, even Kiddo being a little bit sad that they don't have money to donate. Which, may I mention, you do not need to donate. Now, after that little mention that I completely missed a little bit later, we have some decently foreign runs. We got Yuka getting an okay Baroness von Bonbon while ahead here. Hopefully, it can play a little bit more into his favor, as it then does. I thought it's the commentator curse, not the commentator blessing, but you know, here we are.
I don't know why that parry didn't spot.
And we have Clipboard
Maybe I was
getting a
too quick
little
and had
bit
to wait
risky on Dr.
longer to
Call,
parry
taking some
there. I
weird
don't know.
damage that wasn't necessary, but still making it work just fine and dandy. Sitting at only +7. 7.5, yes, but it's still makeable. I mean, a 27:34, you'd be playing very close to record and very close to his PB, all just off this pace alone, which he has to, of course, really play well since he's nearing the end of the game. But it's definitely doable for sure. Especially if he gets a lot of damage on, which he seems to be doing quite well, if I might add,
Thank you,
so to
Sally.
speak.
Very cool first phase.
And Kiddo, I'm also sad that I can't donate. I also want to be in these raffles as well. I wish. Oh no! Unfortunately, as I was a little bit zoned in on Clipboard, we do see Yuka getting the worst possible placement there, which can lose a lot of time if really backed up poorly. Seemed Yuka was able to manage it just fine, but he's still losing time at the end of the day. Not crazy, but we will see a little bit. We would see his best possible time if he had one.
Hey, Sally, last phase.
Go a little bit further down, which you just hate to see. Especially with Heart first. Ooh, he is really losing
like
all the RNG checks possible. But coming out pretty strong, about 3.5 ahead.
Fine. I can get down with this.
Clipboard only +9.
I don't know.
With an okay, give or take pace. Really depends on how a lot of the other fights, such as Briny, who could really be a thorn in Clipboard's side here, play out. He's got a 27-4 BPT. He'd be playing very close to first place. While it's impossible for him to take first as we speak by just 1 second, which is unfortunate to see, it would be pretty alright for Clipboard to snag a 27 here, putting him in quite comfortable second place. But he will be 1 HP for the rest of this fight, so I guess I shouldn't speak too soon of him pulling a 27 out of nowhere. With also a few little things going wrong in this fight. Nothing that's gonna really be worrisome. Yeah, it works out to be pretty alright, actually. He saved just as much as he lost before.
Kringle. You know, sometimes I feel like a cringe single, but
Why that went off, it
you
shouldn't
gotta
have, but
accept where you're at.
what's that?
Sometimes you're a cringe single, and sometimes you're a base triple. Okay, that's just the way of the world.
Now, the way of the world will unfortunately probably come crashing down on Bryony because Bryony, as we now see by an immediate hit, we see an immediate stroke of immediate hit of damage from clipboard here. Bryony can be very mean, albeit he's actually being quite nice to clipboard. Hopefully it stays that way, but we'll see. There's still a decent bit of fight left. Unfortunately, this pattern is a little bit slow, so he is losing some time. Nothing crazy in terms of time loss, maybe only about 5 seconds max. Will really ruin his BPT, likely to be knocked out of the 27 paces.
Very cool.
As a 27:48 with still a lot of fights to go through. It's going to be quite difficult to keep up, and he has to play in order to get a 27 and slash sub 28. He would need to play less than 11.8 off sub, which is quite difficult. So I'm not sure what his segments are for his yields, but at this high level of play, you really see them start to be quite high. And Scoop is also back, I've noticed, which is a joy to see. I want to see where Yuka... I really should be checking in on Yuka, because Yuka seems to be in a fine spot. Yeah, only about half a second minus PB. Doing quite well when it seems like he has a decent bit of... He seems like he will be costing a little bit of time with this IL-2, as his IL-2 is quite good. His A130 Dragon seems pretty alright for a 29 pace. Although he has 7 seconds of time save, so I guess that doesn't really speak for it. But 7 seconds is quite hard to save. I should have fight that. Kind of at the mercy of platforms, but not as much as Rumor Honeybottoms. But I could definitely see some time save coming in here for Yuka. So, a potential green run here. I want to quickly hone in on clipboard a little bit. He's plus 13, which isn't the greatest. And still getting closer and closer to losing that 27. Which would almost guarantee him second place. But, if he plays about 30 off his sub right now, he would still barely PB on the LTA, breaking the 4th and 5th place tie we have between him and exclamation mark YT. Hopefully this gets broken soon. We've seen the ties that we have had in the top 7 here have stayed for quite a while. I believe the 28-59 tie happened yesterday, if I'm remembering correctly. And yes, Michael, barely this could be a 27 pace, depending how it's played. If he plays really tight to sub, it's possible, but quite hard. I saw you in clipboard chat. Oh, wow. Still running very solid. Only 3 off sub on this fight. Well, it's likely dead. For a 27. A low 28 here would definitely not be a complaint for clipboard. He really wants to break that tie and maybe even beat Quinsley 0, taking 3rd. But it all comes down to Devil, really, at the end of the day. Because King Dice you can have flukes on. It really will come down to Devil just being nice. Just Devil can be so mean if he wanted to be.
Dude, I forgot about that King Dice death. That was crazy. That wasn't even like a choke, I feel. Like that in no world did I ever
And apparently
expect that
Clipboard
to
gets
happen.
first of all, Clipboard getting 2 hearts, but apparently there was a choke sometime in King Dice that I did not notice, and I apologize for that. But we have Clipboard getting 2 hearts, which he'll most likely use both of for damage boosting. The first damage boost we'll see here in a hot second once the cigar chills out and stops being such a hothead to poor Clipboard. Getting snuffed by the mighty power of the lobber. That's the light at the end of the tunnel, ladies and gentlemen.
It's fine. It's fine. I gotta stop myself from disintegrating of cringe. Just turning into a pile of ash from that.
I see Clipboard also taking puns out
He shot the first level.
for his ability to lock in, just needing the humor. Love to see it though. Puns are definitely a positive thing. And this is otherwise just has never been subject to dad jokes. Speaking of jokes, Clipboard demolished his fight with a 23.69, which is quite nice, might I add.
Forget to damage boost the second time on Cigar, so no 0 out of 3 HP bonus, unfortunately.
And hopes up too hard, Clipboard.
Alright,
as you now also just got a damage boost. Taking a little bit ahead, as I think the restream is a little far behind from me watching Clipboard's POV.
Oh, I could have avoided damage there. Whatever, man.
I mean, it definitely could be worse. I don't think Clipboard is quite in the short end of the stick. He's probably going to handle this quite fine. In the second, Hassel, and still a 27.58. He is barely pacing, albeit it would be very hard. He's barely pacing for a sub 50 set, a sub 28 in the tournament.
0 out of 3 HP bonus does suck, though. Because that should have been. I just forgot.
Which we also see Yuka getting far and being in aisle 3. Being halfway through, give or take. Depending how you round 7 up or down. Now, couldn't this PB for the tournament? Or will we see an unfortunate death? That's really what we'll see here, because Clipboard has a good, just like Grandius as well, I think, has a good understanding of this fight, that it also getting good RNG, which you love to see. Thank God I didn't say anything before, as that would have made it much worse. It's getting Dragon or Spider. But Dragon is just significantly better, as you can see by all the Lobber EX shenanigans that we've already seen on this fight. And yes, there are more to come. And we see Yuka unfortunately dying decently in. Now putting a lot of the early runners back into backing out actually everyone, as we now see Clipboard also die. Sadly, it would have likely beaten his LTA PB, which is a bit sad that it didn't. So Clipboard will be staying in 4th. Sadly, tied with Mark, but still ahead of Kurthar. Kurthar, I'm actually not sure if he's even continuing on. I haven't seen much of him. but I do think he's still competing at this point. And as I say that, we immediately see Kurthar dead. Now, really hate to see this.
Let's do some practice here.
And I'm not sure what happened to Scoop. I don't know if it's technical issues or they are just taking a break from runs, which would make sense, but either way, we will have less Scoop content than we might have wanted. All the Scoop stands are quite sad. But for those who want to see Grandius potentially pace again, we have him brought up to the spotlight now. He did just die, sadly, but luckily he died pretty early on. So, and he still has a lot of time. Still has about an hour, 15 minutes as we speak. Getting a little close. Hopefully, we get a little bit closer to our donation goal as well, but I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, as we're able to see, we have some good execution from Kurthar as he's doing a little bit of practice. Ronnie's who's kicking it back into some runs. Really just trying to get back all the time he's already lost. From all the resets, the disheartening paces, like we saw in Bronny, which was an insane pace still. A credit to his talent. Really, even though it hadn't finished as a PB, it was still quite an amazing one, nonetheless. With a apparently attempted backup, preceded by a death from ground. It's a little bit of a weird play, as I feel like that is still continuable, personally. Maybe a little bit rough, but still continuable. Getting maybe like a 59.6 split, which wouldn't put him that far behind world record. And we've seen he can get quite ahead of world record. So, there's a lot of potential here still for Grandius. Which, now I believe our fifth run is actually Kurthar, who's sitting nice and neatly in Rivian Crooks. A little bit of a struggle with 1 HP, but I definitely can see a runner that can make it work. And he does. Or did he? Not actually, sure. No, he did proceed to die. Sadly died, but it is what it is. Sometimes you do just have to roll with the punches. A lot of these runners have already rolled with punches. Granius, in my opinion, taking the worst one. Being so close, yet so far from a world record. And it was really just Briney that made that a terrible pace. As even his secondary Briney fight wasn't even that bad. Also, Yuka going for parry skip again. Something we haven't seen Granius go for, I believe, which is a little surprising. All things considered. Given that it's possible on both 1.1 and Legacy. And as I say that, we do see it happen from Granius. Maybe it had happened before and I just was not aware. Also, a very similar follies between the two runners. A little bit weirder positioning from Granius, but still very, very solid follies here. Wow. You do like to see that much green, especially on such a tight split, really. That, well, yes, that doesn't look like much. That is quite a lot of time. Wow. Which, did I see Granies go for pea shooter spread there? Which, okay, I see he's mixing it up. Okay, no. He is, and I just did not see Lobber. For some reason, Lobber looked like pea shooter, which is, I guess, a failure of my eyesight. I know that SPD Wolf was talking about it, so maybe it just inspired Granius to try to improve his, just for a little bit, and also for a little bit of spice, just add some pea spread content into the event today. Definitely seems on brand for Granius to have a little more fun while speedrunning. Speaking of fun, I've now noticed that all POVs are not in the fun section of the game, actually doing in the much more egregious section, Isle 1. With Kurthar getting, albeit I believe practicing, still getting some weird patterns to play off of. Alongside Yuka getting an interesting amount of flies, but still something that's workable. Like, this is definitely something that you can come out on top with. Even for a super skip attempt, which lands quite nicely, actually. Which we don't see from Grani's, we only see from Yuka. Might have been a little bit of a safety, but or just Grani's not trusting the system there, but to each their own. It'll really depend on how far these runs actually get on their respective runs. Also, what I find interesting is they have different phase 1s, but have the same phase 3. Albeit with a little bit of time variance and potentially a little bit of different scorecards, but still having the same RNG in the actual fight itself. Yeah, Grani's pulling up 46. Wow. Now that is quite enticing. He's a very solid amount of green here. But yeah, now things are looking up for Grani's, despite the fact that they were looking down for a little bit there. And yes, only 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds ahead for anyone worried about his pace. But I mean, when you're comparing to 7 off world record, that means you're really only 5 away, and most of that time did not come from his Isle 1. His Isle 1 was pretty alright, actually. Only about 5 off the worst ever pace. So. And Granius is continuing to play solid fights. Potentially worse than the 29 we just see from Yuka here. Actually, much better with a 26. Not what I was expecting, in all honesty. But it works perfectly fine. There's nothing to be sour about with something like that happening. But Yuka and Grind are basically neck and neck on game progression right now. With Grind a little bit behind, but in terms of time, he is slightly ahead. About 10 seconds or so. If they were doing a 1v1 race. So it'll really come down to see if Yuka's playing this well the world record, how well he can play in late game. Because maybe, just maybe, this is Yuka's time to shine and just get the god run of his life. Or there, I'm not exactly sure. But Gron has already had his moment, so maybe the luck just falls in someone else's court. Which, no Trollnadoes on Yuka's side. Is seen on Grandius' side with a very close dodge at that. I think even he was scared about that dodge based on his reaction. Probably looking at chat for all the people who were spamming Monka S. But he's able to make it work. All he has to do now is really clean up the fight. Which he's on a decent path to doing. And as I say that, really not even that bad of a pace, assuming he can save a bunch on Cagney as well. Another 104 as well from Grani's, doing quite nicely. Kurth are a little bit further behind, just finishing route pack up. And Clipboard also entering... Actually, not entering, but entering the final phase of Hilda. We're just waiting on this little bit of extra damage in between phases to be finally over with. Heat from Yuko's side, which you hate to see, but we don't see that, I don't believe, from Granius' side. And Granius is actually having quite an enjoyable Cagney. Yeah, an unfortunate death from Yuka, as I just talked about the joy on Granius' side. Which could potentially lead to a similar pace to his 39. Which I just cursed, apparently. You have a very slight death on Cagney from Granius. Now putting both the runners I just mentioned onto the Forest 5 slot again, while Clipboard, as you can see in the bottom right, is entering the same fight that just ended two runners his entire IL1s, which Grani says was a pretty good IL1. Would have been a 655 or so, imagining he saved any time. And Clipboard's looking quite nice. I don't think you'll have the greatest pace in the world, but definitely a very notably good pace.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was
659.
Messy.
Not the greatest thing to see, but definitely, again, something that you're not going to really hate looking. Yeah, only about +3 on Clipboard's side. Not exactly the best, but also not the worst pace he's had today. So hopefully this can turn into something. But that really depends on how IL-2 and the early half of IL-3 want to treat him. Well, they either can be really nice or really poor. A very decent first minion on from Baroness here. With, I want to say, some very suave execution on Clipboard side.
Lux.
Oh, wow. He is doing quite well, actually, on these fights.
I miss both lobbers. Oh. Okay,
With an unfortunate supposed
though.
miss from Clipboard, he's still getting a lot of damage before the phase even starts. So I imagine a very quick ending
Really
here.
bad though.
Yep.
It would be nice to know if it even really matters if you're fast on Gumball Machine, or if it's more about like getting Gumball Machine with specific other mini bosses, or Gumball Machine lasts with specific other mini bosses. Because like if not, then I feel like just not damage boosting is probably worth it.
We're looking at some interesting ideas.
Most of the
It
time.
proceeds in the wall where a 104 or a 100 or better is needed to tie his PB, or beat his PB at least. Maybe not by much, but that's really what he needs here from this fight. Which actually seems quite alright. Assuming that his transitional position isn't terrible. Which it isn't. It's actually a really, really nice spot to be in. So I think this will help his pace quite well. Having a lot of EXs as well to be using on a lot of these fights. I believe failing a Luigi swap there. Either not getting a swap or hitting swap twice. But all in all, still a very, very good fight to see. And of course, mid-sentence, something bad happens to Clipboard, putting him just barely behind PB.
Plain and simple. Very bad.
Also, if everyone will stay tuned, I'm going to take a quick commentary break to get some water. Thank you. Well, hello again, everyone. Welcome to the last hour, more like hour and a half or so, of runs of the LTA. The only way that it's longer, and you have to hear more of my voice, is if we can somehow raise $400 in an hour.
To enter the levels quickly
Which,
and
as
stuff.
you can see in the pinned message, there's a way to donate to Urban Arts, something I'd recommend checking out.
It's not good.
And if you donate $15, you can be entered into a raffle for a signed SM64 Japanese original cartridge in the box by those going to the 120 tournament at Pace. Or if you donate $25 if you're feeling like it, you can potentially win a Nintendo Switch OLED. Again, also by raffle. It's a great thing to donate to. I'd recommend it. And if we hit that goal as well, on top of already donating to a good cause, the runners will get 2 more hours of runs. Which, with the paces Grandius has already been on, it might be a good thing for him to have more time to do run. So because we could easily see a world record. He was -9 in a run earlier today, actually. On his current world record of 27:33, which makes the fact that he stood with the run he has in first place for so long just that much more insane. 6 off world record, and he was supposedly washed, quote unquote. So only if he had been in his prime, back when he got the world record 8 months ago to date, actually, is when that world record was hit. With the next being 12 seconds ahead of second place. He's also clipped for enthusiast that you can see at the bottom of the current screen.
The pillars, I could have got one more attackable head to get in a bit more damage, but
which Ronnie is actually ahead of pace.
Other than that, the RNG was really good.
Now too. I mean, ahead of his current PB, which would put him just barely ahead in terms of where he is on the LTA, but sadly he's not on the insane pace we saw earlier. We're not on a similar pace. Hopefully, though, he can keep a good pace up, so we have quite the turn of events here. Kind of what I'm hoping for personally.
Okay. I had to do a really weird backup there to not trigger the Beppy skip too early. So I got a really slow pattern.
And Granish is really cutting it close on some of these EXs. He's really should be damaged, but aren't somehow. Or I should say damage to him. He's still damaging the boss, despite the boss being frozen.
Not bad.
Because Frozone apparently rolled into town. But no Mr. Incredible Sag. That's Grandius. Who's still pulling a very good runs out of today's time.
If I just kept DPSing
there have been, first of all, I believe he has had all 4 of the 27s we've seen in this tournament. What would have been a world record pace happened earlier, which came out to I believe still a second place contention run. A 28:02, but obviously he's had a better run, as you can see. And hopefully we see a lot of these better runs come from other runs like Kurthar, who's also well into runs, but also really much more needed than Grandius. Grandius has been kind of on top for a long time of this tournament. I don't believe anyone's even come close to him all day today. I think we've had one clipboard run get close, but it was still a little bit far off with a devil death, sadly, on that run. Other than that, it's been a very high day for Grandius. He could probably honestly quit now and just be fine. As people would have to play literally about 5 off world record of 27:33 to even beat him. And it's not like he got that world record easily either, so despite how you might think, oh, these people are, well, yes, we have a very talented group of runners here today. It's not so easy to play 5 seconds off a world record in a game like this, where you can lose in game time just for the silliest of reasons, like we've been seeing here from Grandius with a very mixed pace.
Because the double damage boost strat at the end saves a lot over the single damage boost strat.
Which, still, 1407, very respectable. I believe the closest pace to this we've had from any other runner is a 14:09 flat from
Did also
Clipboard,
miss 2 lobbers in that
which
fight.
Clipboard is now also unfortunately stuck in the aisle 1 purgatory that running this game brings you to, and quite frequently, might I add, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh.
As we also now have 2 resets despite Kurthar, who's in aisle 2.
Well, we're down in HP.
Which, I'm going to add to what Granis just said, that's actually a little more devastating than you might think. Because, oh, you have 2 health still, it's fine. It makes his damage a little bit wonkier. Especially since we use a damage boost here to really get a quick kill. Also, that was very sketch looking, I'm going to be honest.
Dude, barely got that. I got
Oh, it
on
was
the platform
really
to see him.
sketch, actually. Wow. I mean, still fine. Still technically a world record pace this late. Looked by 15, but to play less than 15 off your sub, I can easily see Grandius get a little nervous, especially as we get to later fights like Phantom, or even the Devil, for that matter. Definitely see the pressure start to build, and the nerves start to kick in. I feel like nerves have been a very devastating thing for a lot of runners tonight.
Troll RNG.
And sadly, more things going haywire for Grandius. It's really a robot riot, to say the least. I might have to kick it up a notch, but who knows? Because he is the disco measure golfing king of this category. Because he has been grooving with paces, and he was grooving in his world record. With his very quick run, I'd recommend checking all these runners out on Twitch if you're interested in watching Cuphead Speedrun content. And I appreciate these runners for even being able to put on such a spectacle for us today. It's been wondrous having to commentate this.
Kept the red sparks for extra long.
A little long for me, so I've gone through quite a bit of water bottles.
My iframes
But
are down from the damage
one of the
boost.
best games of my life, and I thank the community for it more than myself.
This match will get red hot. And begin.
That was a triple. Wow, this is a good phase 1. Decent car, not the
Dron is having more good things happen is quite concerning, because that means a pace is evidently possible. Maybe like a 0.5 second pace, but a pace nonetheless. With a solid phase 3, actually. It's a little sketchy if he doesn't play this right. But he does, because these runners are all that knowledgeable with this game.
Another sub
And it turns out to be a nice fight,
Yo, what's up,
actually.
Bexy? Rooting for him. Dude, Kiritor's a legend, man. No need to apologize for that. Thank you for the good luck. I'm really happy you got the sub 29 during this event. That was really cool. Breaking those minute barriers is always awesome.
In my opinion, this is the final minute barrier the community has hit. The 27-minute barrier. While yes, a 26 is theoretically possible due to a lot of runners some of best, Grandius is included, it'd be very, very, very hard to do in an actual run. Just due to all the, honestly, at some points, luck you would need. Speaking of luck, this doesn't look like the greatest thing for Grandius to run into. But he's making it work. A little bit of wiggle walking, as he termed it in his advanced tutorial. Oh, wow. That is very well executed fight. And we get a couple, actually, finishes from a few other runners. We'll slowly but surely get out of aisle 1 here. Like mine, the Banana Boy, who's just
Happy
balling
birthday,
right now.
Dexy.
Having a fine Hilda.
Skill level.
Of course, until I said something, sadly. But it's looking to be manageable for him. Yeah, very much looking good for mine here. Also, thank you, Mr. Bot, for your confidence that we can hit the goal that we need to.
Like a dummy.
Positivity is always a good thing.
Now we get the baby RNG. Oh my gosh, this RNG is so slow.
Oh no, you do hate to see it, sadly, as this is an extra pattern. And Garnish will, like, almost instantly enter the next phase of the fight. Which gets a little detrimental for his pace here. It's not the biggest end of the world, he's only about 5 or 6 off. Because when you're playing 7 off world record, to be 13 off is still insane. This is still a potential, albeit now, world record is basically dead. Unless he somehow plays perfectly to his goals the entire rest of the run. World record or a PB is likely dead. An LTA PB is still possible, but again, really hard. As he has to play less than 2 seconds off sub for every single split. And especially in Devil, that is a really hard ask to make.
Getting stuck there for a bit.
I don't even know if the current world record actually plays that close to his goal. Just, again, due to how high a skill ceiling you'd be setting by doing that.
Don't call out the frickin' seahorse.
Oh, Brownie is interrupting the attack. He didn't like it, so of course he got in its way. And really playing this fight well, honestly. For everything that's happened, has been a very well-executed fight. Honestly, a lot of well-executed fights across the runners in general. Mine is also doing pretty well, I must say. For everything that he's been going through.
It's gonna be mega hard and insane luck to get a 3x on this run, but it's a pretty good run.
Johnny is just praying for a 3x of all things.
Maybe we can get a gold phantom.
He's praying for, like, the best luck of his life. And mine, actually not that far off. His PB only being about +5 right now. +5, +6, give or take.
It's one of the fights. It's
not a little bit of time.
Not in the place I want it to be. Oh my gosh, I need that. Bro.
Oh no, we see some unfortunate mistakes here from Grandius that are a lot more punishing than you might believe, as we already damage boost on phase 3. So he'll be 1 HP at the end of the fight, assuming he doesn't do any sort of damage boosting here.
Yeah.
And you'll see this damage boost in full display soon. Also, mine, nice 51 here from... a nice 51 from Marinus, I just noticed. Being +8 on his PB. Marinus actually not needing the damage boost.
He didn't drop the brick. Like, I moved the cart slightly early. That's what happened.
Which he's definitely making this work. It won't be the prettiest pace ever, ladies and gentlemen. But it will be a good pace nonetheless.
The rest of the fight was okay.
As this will likely be like a 103 or something. 104, I was actually quite close on my guesstimate of the time. And he's calling it okay. That just really goes to show how well these paces are at the top level. Also, Granius and Clipboard there, minus some loading at the end. Their scorecard exits were pretty in sync, which is kind of funny. Completely different scorecards for completely different bosses, and they just so happen to line up like that.
I think a 45 for today.
This match will get red hot.
Is that like was Ron just asked to predict his pace?
Wait, was the other hard on 7? I didn't pay enough attention. Okay, good.
Oh, today's PB. Ah, yes, I believe it was a 47. That John got as his best run today, which is still insanity.
Now, as long as I take a hit on Rabbit, I'm okay.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Which runs you could do quite early if necessary. You could just run into the boss and run back, losing maybe a second, but you would have the 0 out of 3
Sometimes that
HP
just
bonus.
happens without even trying.
Honest, you need to take this hit still. There you go. So for those of you unaware, King Dice is just, I don't think we ever explained this. King Dice is just incredibly broken. And if you gain HP and then lose it, hence why Grond is taking so many hits of damage,
Trying to save as much time as I can.
the HP bonus only counts that you took 3 hits, so it thinks that you took too much damage and have 0 out of 3 HP remaining. So then you can also get by actually being 1 HP, like being really truly 1 HP, dying and then going up, and then getting a knockout at a similar time. It would give you 0 out of 3 on the scorecard because you have 0 HP. The game's concerned, and that saves time, as the scorecard doesn't need to register all of that excess. Since we already registered parries in this fight, like the trade-off for instead of doing parryless, which would be so much harder, we do with less HP. And the less HP on the HP bonus, the better the scorecard, meaning the better the devil split as a whole. Which many a runner can testify, the devil split is hard.
27:33 is the record.
Optimus.
I'm comparing against a 27:39 for this GSA event. I got this time yesterday, and it's like whoever has the best time during the event kind of thing. Okay, let's just try to get a sub 28. With
And Grond's looking at about a 27:45, if I had to guess, fight. Maybe a 3x, but it'd be like the biggest coping 3x ever. It'd be quite hard to hit. It'd be like a 38 fight, which I've more seen in Legacy than I have in 1.1. Actually, because 1.1, Devil's Kiss, which is where this would be possible, is incredibly hard to hit.
This was a little less damage. That was a very fast bubbles. Close. I almost got it again. The pattern from earlier. But this bubbles was different. It didn't give you as much time. It was very fast bubbles. So we got like a
Also, the
half glitch.
devil is completely frozen until this animation change, which is why you don't see the guys come from the side or the platforms fall. Also, we see a 48 from Ground. It's just barely worse than today's PV
Still
for
a
him.
49, yeah. That's amazing. That's such a good RNG if you get that pattern. Even if you can't make
Okay,
a freeze
he
happen.
misspoke. I'm not crazy. It is a 48.
That could have been like a 46 with freeze.
It's a 49 fight.
Yeah, half glitch is still pretty good. Like he was still
Yeah.
somewhat low.
That's an insane pace. Which mad GG's to Groundy there, getting it right before the end of the tournament, as we only have about half an hour left. Unless people do runs that go past 5 p.m. But any runs must be started before that deadline. And now mine has center stage.
Oh my god. Why did you tail again, dude?
I don't think mine is having the greatest time ever, sadly. But it should be fine, unless I'm mistaken. Looks like it would still be a fine pace
Come on!
for him
Like,
overall.
what was that? Took years. Jumped right onto that. Okay.
I mean, yeah, he somehow did have a Beppy goal. I'm just able to notice. Only 8.2 behind his PB. I believe this is his
I
PB
wasn't
he's comparing
sure.
to.
Oh,
That's what it seems
God.
to be anyway.
That's saving so much time. This is like actually kind of a run now. Dude, I can't handle it.
Well, now saving 3 on his
Plus
PB,
5?
being only
This is
5
actually kind of a
behind.
run now.
A very nice scorecard as well,
Okay.
giving him some decent time.
All
A
I want
102
is
fight,
to
which is
get
quite
a
nice.
better time than 32-37. That's not another 3x. That would be stupid.
Which, right now, for those unaware, mine's current leaderboard PB is a 32-37 is his time to beat.
Rumor, I need a 47.
For the LTA specifically. For his actual PB, which is a 3150, it's a little bit harder. But it's not that bad.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
That's over. I don't like it. At all.
Mine does not appear to be having fun, but this fight is quite the opposite of fun. I don't think anyone goes, ah yes, the most fun boss in Cuphead has to definitely be the bee on the third island. I think that's what people ask if it was the worst boss. Although I can see the devil and potentially King Dice having a similar statement about them. Although I feel like mine is a little more comfortable, shockingly, with King Dice and the devil. Especially since there's less platform nonsense to deal with, which may have just cost mine a very quick kill queue.
Like, that was literally...
Oh no.
Almost
It was close
everything was
though,
on
for
the
sure.
platform to be somewhere it wasn't there. Like, how do you get more unlucky than that, dude? I'm not even mad. I'm just in shock. I'm just in disbelief and like...
A 1-0 flat fight, which isn't the worst thing to ever consider here.
Dude, Rumor is such an evil well, okay. I love casuals who are like, Rumor's not hard. It's an easy fight. Well, yeah, it's like,
With a barely PB of 3128 possible from Mindful, it'd be very hard to continue as he has 8 bosses left, meaning that with only really 22 seconds of leeway, he has to muster a lot of power.
What are these mistakes? These don't exist.
He has to
These
play
mistakes
quite
do
close to
not
3,
exist.
only about
These are not
3
real
seconds off
mistakes
per
you can
split,
make in this game.
which he about lost for having the laser go off there as
To
well.
cause that. That had to... I'm fighting never before seen glitches, dude. Like, actually... I think I've seen that once. I didn't... I knew it.
Although he can make this time up if he gets good, not only gem patterns, but just play around the gems. Since the walls are basically set in stone, but the gems are a bit different. Which gem and what pattern of gem crystals you get is up to a complete luck. There is no way to manipulate it whatsoever. But he makes light work of the fight either way, doing actually quite well at only about 14 behind. Which, even though it wouldn't be the greatest pace, it's still a 32, but based on a projection of him tying PB. It would be an LTA PB, although there wouldn't be any leaderboard change, sadly.
This match will get red hot. And begin.
And Sally is also giving mine some trouble. While Clipboard doesn't seem to be showing as much with his Baroness right now. despite the terrible minion placement, as Gumball was first. Which you just don't like to see, but sadly, Clipboard just has to kind of deal with it. He's able to make do, but at what cost, really, because of all the time that is honestly inverted minion order from what is actually good for a lot of the community standards for this fight. It's not the greatest thing ever. But mine having, I believe, the best Sally of the day.
That didn't even go by
Also with an
Are you serious, dude?
insanely good split. Wow.
That felt so good. That was like one of the first times I've gone a gold, and I was like, yeah, that's a gold. Dude, that was crazy.
Yeah, a 4-second gold. Wow. Now that is very good for him. That is definitely the confidence PC might have needed after the terrible rumor and the okay Dr. Robotnik, I mean, Dr. Calls Robot fight. Sorry, that's not, it's not an Eggman reference. It's obviously a Futurama reference where that robot comes from. Although, right now we have Clipboard and Mine focused on here. With Grond starting an early game, and I believe Kurthar being in aisle 2 right now. And Yuka just entering as well, so wow. Actually, Grandis is the furthest behind. Which is a statement I never thought I'd ever say. But, you know, here we are.
Oh, my god. Dude, please.
And mine's making it quite dicey. It's way too close for mine here. He has 1 HP and a lot of fight left still. Despite being in the final phase of the fight.
I almost actually jumped into the thing. Oh my god. Oh, my times. Every time I get a
It was quite scary, but mine still made it work.
I don't even know what to say, dude. The fact that lost that much time. Like, that was the worst fight. It's still 56. I usually get 58th on this level. That's insane, dude.
Mine's having an interesting turn of pace. Clipboard having an okay run, but nothing super special, as this pace could easily die due to Clipboard being on a really hard fight. Yuka being far in, looking as well to be on quite a good pace, but Kurthar sadly being behind by about 5 seconds or so.
Yellow first is pretty cool. No way he does gun again. Oh my god. These are the worst hustle patterns. Like, for like 5 fights in a row. That's just not true.
And the first stroke of luck to mine is him getting squid there, instead of getting dogfish, but I really shouldn't talk before something bad does happen.
Please, stop.
And we see dogfish. And we see shark, which I actually think this late is just as bad, if not worse.
Huh? What? Dude, I jumped. I don't even care. Oh, okay. The PB is over.
I do think that in the case, as mine lost about a minute due to his bad RNG, and then the fight just not really playing in his favor the second time around. It's just being really bad patterns and really weird ways you'd have to execute around this RNG. The pace is definitely dead, but he could still get within within a minute of LTA PB if everything else would go swimmingly. But knowing this run, I don't imagine it to be so. Actually, now Clipboard is the main focus. Clipboard and potentially Kurthar, who is only about a boss behind, but that could easily change before I say anything is set in stone here. Also, Clipboard having an amazing Beppy skip. Wow, that is going to be a very nice positioned head. As you can see, it hangs decently low, meaning it's easier to get fully X's off, as Cuphead's jump is somewhat Cuphead doesn't have the greatest vertical ever. If only he had ever played in the NBA, then his vertical would be insane. Just like that fight time turning out to be, I believe, another technical gold from Clipboard? He may be resetting his golds, as he had a 42 before. But that also could be due to scorecards. It does look like he lost time though, but I'm not really sure. He could just be resetting his sub. I'm not sure why he would be, but I just think that he is. In order to keep it consistent, in case his fights were inconsistent or something of that nature. Like he had a 130 to Jimmy, but then the 42 there. Also, Mind playing that Kala very nicely. That was a very solid play. Unlike we see from Curvestar here, who sadly takes a death on Beppy. Losing his pace. He was a little bit behind, so it wasn't anything crazy that he was losing. It was not the same as the Grandius death on... Apparently, I was told 9 seconds ahead of world record, which would have been insane. Especially if 2x had been skipped, as we still had a decent bit of the game left to play when Grandius took that loss of world record to Briny Beard. And also like Kala that we see kind of in full frontal here from Mine with just how varied the fight feels. He's losing obviously more to his Briny death, but he is probably, if not actually losing time here to his death to his actual Kala fight. It seems he lost about 4 or 5 there. Excuse me, it was actually 6 flat, not 5. Although we do see a lot of runners in early game, I do believe that Yuka's in aisle 1. Ronius is decently set into his run, being in aisle 2 right now. Coming out of Baroness, we have Clipboard entering aisle 3 as Mine is about a minute away from leaving it. And probably never coming back. Based not only on the time limit that we have here for the rest of the event, being only about 20 minutes, unless a $450 donation just randomly rolls in. That would be a great thing to see, honestly. But, yeah, we have a Mine missing 1 Psychoskeleton, sadly. So he will be losing some time, but he's able to make a nice backup of it. Make it work. Where his Pumpkin Cycle isn't even all that bad in the first place. But he does miss quite a handful of lobbers. Having to chase this other... I'm not even sure what part of Phase 3 that would be called, or what the term would be. But seeing that is a little weird, all things considered. Having to actively chase to the other side. Giving chase never really goes all that well. Clipboard having a very solid start to Phase 1 here of Dr. Call. It's working out quite nicely. Getting a nice, decently early kill on that phase. I believe it could have been a little bit sooner, but not by much. Maybe only a couple seconds lost. 2 or 3 at the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we do see a Phase 3 death at the, of course, end of Phase 3, which really only adds insult to injury. But we have a couple far runs. We have Granius about halfway through his run, and a decently far run by Mine, which is looking quite solid, actually, since we have a Phantom gold by 7 seconds. It's still a little bit sloppy, looking more at a 33 pace, actually, more than anything. But still something that he could make work. And ending with a 33, ending only about a minute off your PB, isn't even the worst thing for mine here to honestly
It's
be
actually a pretty
suffering.
good Jimmy. It's just the RNG wasn't super great. All right, well, we might have another chance here. This run, obviously, too early to tell.
Ronnie's trying to make a bold prediction. A welcome one, but a bold prediction nonetheless. That is quite a sentiment to have going into Beppy, where you could easily either lose the run to Beppy skip, Rumor, which we already saw him barely get a quick kill on, I believe, if memory does serve, among a few other things that could go easily awry.
Okay. At least I got a good backup there
Looking
for
a
the pretty
close
difficult
Beppy skip.
pattern he gave me. Man. Wasn't the best
Which
Beppy, but
seems to be doing
one
fine,
track
as
was
he's
very
actually playing
challenging,
quite close to his
get the skip and get past the
27:39, which I believe had some time losses later in the run, but I could be definitely wrong about that, as it's been a while of amazing paces since he had the 27:39 happen. Also, we have a few of our LTA runners are going to take a hot second for starting the next run, which, in my opinion, is ill-advised. We don't have much time left, and a lot of these runners, especially Scoop, who I believe has finished one run out of many attempts.
That's my bad.
Just needs a run to finish. Speaking of runs that may or may not finish, we have Grandius here, getting quite low on HP, which will lose time in final phase. Maybe 10 seconds. Not really sure how much the 2 damage boosts save, especially compared to his fights, which do exceptionally well most of the time.
Dude, that extra troll fireball. He's not even supposed to spit those during that attack, but it can happen sometimes.
Which actually, no, this is still a solid pace. Only about half a second behind the 39 here. A 38 is definitely possible. It'd be very hard, but it's definitely possible here for Granius to do. But again, quite hard, as he had a, give or take, a 120 rumor split, 30 of which is just spent on getting to the fight. Then he actually has to go in and beat the fight. Speaking of beating fights, we have mine actually. Far in a devil. I wasn't giving him much attention. I'm sorry about that. But I'm able to see that ending run of a 33-13. Unfortunately, no LTA PV, but still a solid run nonetheless.
Wow.
And the B fight does not play in Granius' favor, sadly.
That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
But Granius still makes it work.
Wow.
It was a little sketchy there, definitely.
Prize pool. Very sloppy triangle skill there, but
it's definitely makeable. With Granius only being about 3 behind this pace. 27 1x still possible in the Call's robot so far.
Out of the top ranking players.
Here's a real high-class bout. And begin.
Which seems to be going fine unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, this is going to be a very solid fight. With the extra bomb as well, which gives him just a slight edge potential on Clipboard's last ever call attempt. Speaking of which, Clipboard, I believe, might have just started to runs. We haven't seen him in a long time coming so far.
Dang it, man! I went into a little too close.
And as now has happened to Granny, we also unfortunately see a death.
Zeus 4127,
Sadly,
Zinni 4129.
speaking from.
Oh, those were the qualifiers. Wow, that's insane.
And just checking Clipboard stream, he is still alive, attempting run. But I don't know how many Teal will be as we're reaching the very, very end of this tournament. Which has gone very much so in Granius'
I didn't
favor.
mean to be that greedy, but the run was so slow that I was trying to make up some time.
And we have a lot of runners beginning
You never fully
to go
know
back
exactly
into
when he's going to
runs.
start up the next Sparks. So there's a little bit of like guessing and reaction, and I shouldn't have went it as close as I did, just in case that situation happened.
There's a lot of runners and followers right now. Actually, currently all runs except for Yuka being in there, including Clipboard, who had just recently started this run, but had now lost it. Mine making a backup using two-tone hop. Something we don't really see that often in this category. And it would have paid off, except for that one final mushroom at the end of the level, really not wanting mine to finish a run apparently. Which could be mine's final send-off based on his reaction here. He does not look to be happy based on a death like that. She's so late as only runs started after the deadline time, or restarted before the deadline time, rather, would be counted any run started after 5 p.m. Really isn't which really won't work for this tournament. Luckily, a lot of runners are mid-run, luckily, but with how egregious Aisle 1 has been treating the runners today, it definitely could change and someone could just get stuck on this aisle for 10 minutes. Like I almost thought Clipboard was going to get stuck on Ledge Clip.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
Actually, Yuka is the first, but Yuka, during most of Granius' previous attempt that we had seen go so far, hadn't actually been as far as we would have wanted. Yuka did not get as far. But Yuka is still able to skip the second phase of Ruby and Croaks, despite having a lot of 5-minute or so run. With Yuka getting a lot of good damage, but jumping into a bullet, sadly, forcing another reset on his end. A lot of others sitting pretty comfortable. Like mine in that wonderful banana costume. As he is just absolutely focused on getting any and all runs to late game as is necessary at this point. It is unlikely for him to get any further progression on the leaderboard, as he would need to be happy with 30.06, meaning, assuming this is his PB and not just some custom comparison, he would need to PB over a minute. But that would actually be to get 8th place. 9th place, beating Porco Bravo out, he would need to get a 152, aka basically tying or beating PB more so than getting +1 off, as that just wouldn't be that fun. Like we now just saw with Yuka, who I think heard my request to not have fun as a challenge and clipped into the floor. Meaning he now only has 1 HP's worth of ledge clip attempts. But it works out just fine for him as he hits it first try. So we see mine hitting super skip, showing that a lot of runners have been missing today. And a lot of runners, as we can now see, are even stuck further back, being in the root pack, albeit some further than others in the fight. Clipboard just barely fading out of the fight as we speak. With this likely to be most of the runners' final attempts, unless something bad happens, which would really be poor, as only Grandius really, the furthest runner right now, is in any fight where something bad can and likely will, because it's Hildeberg, go wrong. Because some people are just finishing a root pack, most are moving into Ruby Croaks, which feels a little more comfortable. It's really just up to how you feel during that fight. You feel a little riskier, then it can get much harder a fight to finish. Such as going for a 1-cycle super skip, one of the hardest things to do. Especially this early on, and this late into a competition, where most of these runners have been going the whole time, or at least been going for an hour or so. Where, as you can tell, alongside the nerves of getting runs late game, especially for anyone to try to steal away Gamer's place on the leaderboard, who's held it for quite a while. All of today, he has remained the silver place medal. Or the silver medal. Jesus. But there are some possible contenders, as Clipboard has had some late game runs, which would hopefully have a potential dethrone Gamer, but it's really now or never, especially with the last 5 minutes of runs being now in play, unless we somehow hit our donation goal. Hopefully we would in a perfect world, but it does seem unlikely, sadly. Both for our runners and for the sake of Urban Arts, a really good charity I recommend checking out.
A great slam and then some. And begin.
But we unfortunately do see Granius reset. I imagine to Cagney I wasn't giving that much attention. More focusing on mine here, who now has the most promising run of everyone that featured currently. But now the nerves are really going to pick up, as a lot of runners know you have to be on their A game. Most runners will get quite close, if not on the cusp of PB, with good execution. And unfortunately, not speaking of good, we do see a sad death of mine, which I think will be his final attempt, but I'm unsure, and we'd have to check on him specific. But he did reload the game, so there is promise for him to continue run. Or potential for him to continue run, more than promise. He is giving it a hot second before continuing to do run. Mine does begin another run, and it would be on time for this run to be allowed to finish. Actually, all the runners have begun runs to some capacity. Some earlier on than others, but all currently contesting runners are on runs. So, but assuming that these runs don't reset, as we now see from mine, who really does not have the time to waste here, to try to push for one final attempt. This is the game-breaking ending for him. I feel a lot of these runners must likely continue this pace, no matter the consequences. And I think it most imperative for runners like, especially Clipboard and Grandius, who are playing it, who are the higher level runners of these 5 enemies. Which gets kind of scary at the end of the day. Because especially runners like Grandius and mine now are in follies, where you can lose a run right at the deadline. Which I'm actually a little unsure how that's handled if they lose it right at the end. But yes, mine with a literal buzzer beater. Yeah. But, I mean, luckily it is just shy, so if anyone is a reset, they have like a couple seconds only to reset, as we now actually do tick over to 5 o'clock, meaning no runs after this are allowed to be set. These are the final attempts of these runners. Yeah, these should be the final runs that we see for the entire tournament. After that, no run will be considered valid, since it is now 5 p.m. EST. And only one runner decently far in being Yuka. Which hopefully goes well for him, as I've now just confirmed that this is the furthest run. Also, apparently Clipboard was further. And we now see the end of Yuka's era. And Grandius's as well, as Grandius also has returned to the title screen, presumably to reset. So now it really comes down to Clipboard, Scoop of Butter, and Mine 2006. But I think also now Clipboard, as the furthest runner, should be highlighted. But I have no control over that. Clipboard, who's actually having a very solid Wally, all things considered. Seems like it could be a little bit better, but his Wally Phase 3 placement is kind of right where he wants it to be. And it seems like he's executing well. And yeah, these are the final 3 runs we'll be seeing.
Okay.
From Clipboard, from mine.
Yeah, it's like
and from Scuba Butter. But mine is cutting it quite close, so there's a potential that mine doesn't get finished this run.
Goblin when it comes to the game. That extends to all facets of life for me, you know.
This is definitely a change of pace, but mine does finish his run, or finish his fight, meaning his run is still possible. But will it be possible for all runners? That's a little bit more of a coin toss. With especially how the fight's already going, it doesn't look to be the greatest thing ever. It looks a little rough, in all honesty. But at least we'll have some IL-2s being played out here for the final 3 runs of the Cuphead LTA tournament. Or the Cuphead version 1.1 any percent LTA. More specifically. In which apparently all the runners are having their best runs now as buzzer beaters, which is kind of interesting. I don't think we've seen Scoop yet much, if any, runs into IL-2. The last notable run being before they had technical issues about an hour or so ago, give or take. An hour or so ago, give or take, with a King Dice death. It's Clipboard's far in. Mine is making it to Hilda at least. He'll at least get to play airplane levels. If he finishes them, is a different story. Same with Scoop here, who's playing it really close on if he finishes this run. But it looks like he has a chance to finish the fight. It's a bit scary. And Kinsley, I do agree with your statement. And Granius, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Sending everyone over to this wonderful tournament to hear me yap about Cuphead speedrunning.
What?
Oh no, I believe Clipboard is either resetting or giving it over.
This is probably too much damage.
Yeah, also Granius. GG on the multiple 27s this tournament. That was a wild ride to say the least. To see here from the commentating corner. Which Clipboard is cutting it a little closer on Beppy, but he should be fine, I do believe. While everyone else is just sort of chilling on plane fights.
Right,
and
well,
now multiple, actually majority of the remaining runners, now on knockouts. The only person still fighting being Scoop. He's actually on a very solid energy pace, it looks like. Not sure exactly how far ahead or behind, but they look to be doing quite well, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
For the pace they're playing on.
If you overdamage too early, he'll just go to the second phase.
But
that's what
but
happened
Scoop
there.
does have an unfortunate death, sadly.
But you can also overdamage
I didn't
too
actually
early.
said, and I believe that might be the end of them
Specific
running
mistake,
the game.
and the head will just spawn up in the clouds, and you can't access it. Wow.
But Clipboard is continuing, it seems. Clipboard and mine are still in it. Scoop is unfortunately out. We are our last 2 runs here, ladies and folks. Wonderful viewers. The 106. Wow, I think that's the most people I've ever seen hear my voice before. That's kind of insane. Appreciate anyone for sticking around. And then apparently we're having still solid fights from Clipboard here. Not the greatest pace due to the one failure that he unfortunately suffered, but still manageable, nonetheless. Although it will be quite an interesting turn of events here. I believe that mine is a little bit behind, which might be only actually 6 behind, surprisingly. After his PVZ split, which I think is kind of funny that he names it PVZ. And then Clipboard, who is a decent bit into that fight as well. Or decent bit into the aisle now, as he enters the Honey Bottoms. Also, Yuka just seeing asterisks now of all the turns being said in chat. Clipboard barely getting that left side kill. That was a little bit close. And mine cutting it quite close with taking damage on Baroness von Bonbon. Or Baron von BS, as she's known to some. Like myself.
Over damage there? You gotta be kidding me.
And Clipboard now attempting to go for a quick kill, but really not getting the platforms to make it work.
Cool. Indeed.
But continuing, all things considered, being very far off on damage. Wow. That is not what you like to see for observer damage. But a 47-5, I guess, isn't the greatest thing to complain about. It could have been very much worse. Everyone concerned about comparing paces to Clipboard's PB, which he isn't much, if any, far behind it looks like, but I'm a little unsure on that end. He is... mine is about a minute behind to an entire Wally fight behind Clipboard's PB. So there's maybe about a minute and a half of difference between the two runners in terms of skill. So we may go a little bit longer on mine's end, but I imagine Clipboard to finish this run, regardless of the circumstances, especially given what he's been going through all night. I could see both of them wanting to just finish a run, even if it isn't the greatest run of all time. You know, but the world record pace by 9 into Briny, which was insane. Also, we saw earlier today, with the potential to skip 2x. 27 2x, skipping an entire 10-second barrier. Yeah, also, as Nightbot just pointed out, there is a donation. That donation can still linger, albeit there will no longer be the extension as far as I've been made aware. Drum can feel free to correct me on that one, but the donation is still a good thing to do. It's for a wonderful cause, even if it won't have us see 2 more hours of Cuphead, sadly. It's just still a wonderful thing. Alongside the speedruns of this game, they're absolutely amazing. The runs we've seen today, the runs that I've seen in my time with this community, just overall an amazing thing. And I really appreciate GSA for hosting this. Don't know how clear I've made that, but awesome. They may coincide. I'm not sure about that. I did see your chat message just now. I'm looking a little bit to make sure John doesn't correct me, but... Oh, and as I also didn't mention, alongside giving to charity that you'd be doing by donating, if you donate $15 to the charity, you're entered into a raffle for a signed Japanese copy of the original cartridge in the original box of SM64, signed by the people who are going to the 120 pace qualifiers. If you donate 25, you can win a Switch OLED. Now that I'm done mentioning the wonderful little side quests that this event entails, I'm going to go back to commenting on the runs, which actually have not looked the worst for Clipboard. He looks like he's made a little bit of progress towards getting back to green. It's unlikely that he will, but, you know, closer to green is still pretty good. Maybe if he even somehow puts this on a 27 pace, despite it looking a little impossible, I believe, based on his big PT. but it's a little hard for me to see personally. I may just have to reload his stream or something of that nature, just to quickly check that. But I have an ad right now. Oh yes, you really could still event PB Quincy. You are right about that as well.
That was clean.
Which, surprisingly,
Okay, nice.
does not seem to be the worst pace ever, or worst pace ever for Clipboard. It's a rough pace to be sure, as it obviously there are ways it could be better, but it's definitely not a terrible pace by any definitions. I'm actually going to look at Clipboard stream just to further cement that, while seeing that
Hey, it's not my
Gabby
fault
Skip was
either,
not hit by mine,
because
sadly. But
especially
unfortunately,
when the event
despite
is
probably the desire to, he can't
I
afford to
didn't choose
reset
this
this run
time
due to
for
it
the
being in
event to be.
overtime. This run only continued
It's early for me
as to
too.
not cut off the pace that could happen from this run. It still likely could, but and actually, if played to current sum of best,
You really have to do that.
there is a way that, shockingly, Gamer could be dethroned from second place. Again, which is unlikely but possible. But Clipboard, all he has to do is play within 9 of his sum of, albeit again, that's still not an easy task. Play within 9 of his sum of best, and he would have a chance, a slim chance at best, of beating Quinsley 0 if he plays within 9 of his PB. Or not of his sum of best, excuse me.
Time frame to
Now
get
6, but
the best time you
that time will
can.
only get shorter, I imagine, as we get to some of the harder runs of
Whoever
the
gets the best time in a
harder
frame
fights of the run.
wins. They have like a leaderboard
Example
and stuff
A
on the
being
stream.
Cal Maria here, that he's loading
Yeah,
into.
This runs past the cutoff point, or rather, this happened like right before the cutoff point, so this should be last run unless the donation goal got hit to extend it by 2 hours.
I'm going to quickly let Clipboard know this is his final run. Which is honestly not even in the worst position. It is a little bit hanging by a thread, but it definitely has potential to be a much worse situation for him. Although he did not beat his saw here, and is slowly bleeding time, having 14 seconds to go across 3 fights, meaning he can only lose 3 seconds per fight, or 5 seconds per fight from here on out, in order to just barely get a PB out of this last run.
So this is the final run.
You cut, that is a bit far, but you're not wrong, sadly. Joking, of course. Which, everything seems to be going smooth in the world of Clipboard. This is a Phantom here. Mine is looking a little bit worse, but you know, I could see him making do just fine here. Mine definitely has the talent to do it. Although, the loss of an extra second on Cal is a little annoying for Clipboard. I can definitely see any mistake from now on really just sending him into resetting the run and being a DNF on his final run of the event. Could definitely see that happening. just out of sheer anger or desperation that he was just kind of stuck at his day one run and couldn't beat it
Yeah.
after all the time and effort that Clipboard has expertly poured into this run. But still, an alarmingly good pace. He just has to play quite well on King Dice, and he might have a couple seconds of leeway, actually, on Devil. Being able to lose maybe about 5. Again, truly depends how he plays King Dice. I don't know how well his King Dice was in PB, for reference, but I do think he would have a very good chance at just playing this really well and being on a potential LTA PB pace, but likely just undoing the tie he's had with Mark since the start of the day.
No hearts. I think it was when I was watching Payback. Wowzers.
And with 0 hearts on King Dice, it really doesn't do him anything.
Thank you, Zombo.
It sort of just hurts the run a little more, adding salt to the wound that was Peppy Skip already. As even with that base, he'd only be plus 11 on his PB if he had hit Babby Skip on the first attempt, and now had to redo the entire beginning of the fight. Also, that Spready X was also a little... That using the Spready X made it a little closer than it could have been, but it somehow prevailed. Somehow. Which I could honestly see Clipboard go for 3-5-8 here, just for the sake of the heart, honestly. Since I could see him easily damage boost on Piruletta, since Piruletta can be good or bad, there really isn't an in-between mid acceptable sort of pace. So if it goes south, I could definitely see him just commit to it and then have King Dice go poorly. Just out of mostly that desire for a PB. Which he's quite close to, actually. Like, there is still a lot of promise for him.
That's too many, man.
I mean, his fight has looked fine from my perspective, but that could be me just misconstruing information there. Not sure how far or behind he is compared to his normal for this sort of fight.
Okay, that was a bit cringe, but I finally got spin. Finally got the spin.
McClure is already losing time to his PB, but his PB is very respectable. So it's not even the worst thing in the world that he's losing time to it.
Okay.
But the King Dice death probably cements him as
the cards
out of
there.
the race.
Very cool.
Although I'm actually unsure what happened to mine. I had not looked at mine's POV.
Ugh. It really sucks.
But I do
that,
think he had died and just quit his
Yo,
run.
mine. Thank you for the raid. Has the speedrun stream ended? Is it still going? Who's still running? I was gonna say, okay. It really sucks having my
Yeah, wait, so how do I leave then? Like, how would I sign off
Oh,
here?
hey, that's me. I'm the last one. The last survivor. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so everyone, that is the conclusion of the tournament, with Clipboard being the final one. And I'd like to thank, first of all, the runners for competing, the audience for watching, and to end it off here, I'm going to quickly read off the leaderboard for the entire event. As you can see already, the top 7, I'm going to reiterate them, alongside the people that won't feature on the layout here. We have Grandius sitting first with a 27.39, Gamer Attack at 27 at second place with a 28.06, Quinsley_0 at third place with a 28.12, Clipboard Enthusiast at fourth place with a 28.22, exclamation mark YT in fifth place with a 28.49, but he did get a 28.22 today, so now the run.gsa updated.
Kurthar at 6th place with a 28.59. You get 7th with the exact same time. Happy Wolf 69 at 8th place with a 30.06. 9th place for Porco Bravo at 31.52. 10th place is Mine 2006 at a 32.37. 11th place was Desulation at a 43.57. And last place, aka 12th place, was Scoop of Butter with a 54.13. That is everything from me. I assume I should be fine. And I guess that's everything then. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. And thank you to GSA once again for hosting this. The community has appreciated it as much as I've said it. Thank you.